morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Weston County Clerk has been formally charged with the crime of dodging a legislative subpoena during a committee's investigation of her handling of the 2024 election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Becky Jo Hadlock reportedly told an investigator she had other appointments that day.
And this is a tricky beast because it's one of those really splashy areas where politics and crime intersect. So the Management Audit Committee subpoenaed her to give an account of the 2024 election. She did not show. And at that point, the law says the chairman of the committee shall turn her in. So as soon as she didn't show, the chairman had no choice, essentially, under this law, but to take the hard-nosed path and turn her in. It also says that he shall apply for a court order to make her appear. I'm told by legislative staffers that that hasn't happened yet.
Hadlock could face up to 6 months in jail and $100 in fines if convicted of failure to appear. However, she could also face lesser penalties, including a deferral or probation if convicted. Skyrocketing power demand from data and AI centers is reviving calls for more coal-fired electricity. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that fuels the debate about the role of Wyoming coal in the nation's energy future.
Coal is reliable. It's cheap when you are operating it on a 24/7 basis. But now that you have renewables, which are zero cost on the margin, once they're built, they don't cost a thing. And they come in and they put energy on. And so maybe now you're only running the coal plant 50% of the time. You are no longer meeting that overhead. You're not spreading that cost, that overhead over a 24-hour period. You're spreading it over a 12-hour period. Suddenly, the coal costs a lot more than it used to.
Artificial intelligence, or AI centers, are expected to grow astronomically within the next decade. According to an estimate by the International Energy Agency, it will surge by 160%. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. And help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. President Trump wants Senate Republicans to scrap the 60-vote threshold in order to end the government shutdown and move other legislation without Democrats' support. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports from D.C. that Wyoming's U.S. senators oppose the idea, saying Democrats would retaliate down the road.
Senate Republicans, including staunch allies like Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, they don't want to go down this road because it's a very dangerous game to get rid of the only tool that protects the minority party in Washington, D.C. The U.S. House doesn't have anything to protect the minority party. And then, of course, there's the presidency. They do not want to go along with President Trump and eliminate the filibuster because they know the Republicans are going to be in the minority someday. And they're worried about having the Democrats' agenda rammed down their throat. Some of the things they're concerned about, granting statehood to Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia. That would boost the Democrats' numbers in Congress.
The legislative filibuster is a tactic for the minority party in the Senate to block a bill. Under the rule known as cloture, 60 votes are required to end debate on a bill and thus overcoming a filibuster. Wyoming Department of Transportation's director says the previously reported $400 million deficit in the department, well, it's closer to $600 million now. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that solving this deficit is no easy task.
Senator Stephen Pappas, who leads the Senate Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee, told Cowboy State Daily that this issue is not going to be something that's easy to rectify, especially because the legislature recently shot down a 10-cent per gallon increase to the state's fuel tax. While this would have provided some money to YDOT, this definitely wouldn't have filled the entire deficit, which means that lawmakers are still searching for different solutions to this problem, which may involve digging into the general fund to replace these missing dollars.
YDOT Director Darren Westby tells Cowboy State Daily that his department is responsible for maintaining over 7,000 miles of road throughout the state and 2,000 bridges, which may go neglected without proper funding. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic. Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, November 7th, and we've got a heck of a show lined up for you. Tons of guests that run the gamut. Should be really exciting. Joseph Kibler will pop in. He's running for governor, but we're going to talk to him about a whole bunch of other stuff. Hardage will be here, former CIA ops officer, and he'll explain the tremendous responsibility on today's Gen Alpha. It's up to them to lead the way when it comes to artificial intelligence. Gen Alpha, it's all on you to get us through AI. We'll talk to the Martin Center for Academic Renewal. Shannon Watkins will be here along with Dr. Jenna Robinson. They've done some research and polls that acknowledge Wyoming has done great things with civics and social studies as far as education at the high school and collegiate level, but there's more to be done. Beyer will drop in on the show. He's the filmmaker, Hollywood filmmaker from Powell, Wyoming, and he was featured in a recent Cowboy State Daily story. He went from projectionist in a Powell theater. Powell had 3 theaters at the 3 screens back at that time, and the things Beyer learned showing a movie, he parlayed into now a pretty successful career as a line producer. And we'll figure out what a line producer is, some of the stuff he's worked on, commercials and movie projects, and his new movie. The latest he's worked on, Reykjavik. It'll be exciting to talk to him. Susanne Antonetta will be on the show. She's the author of The Devil's Castle, and we'll explore how the eugenics movement, euthanasia and eugenics that began by Nazi Germany just before their power-hungry quest to take over the world, eliminate Jews. Long before that, they were looking to eliminate anyone who wasn't up to their standard of the Aryan race. How that ripple effect continues through today in psychiatric care. Very interesting and a fascinating book. Susanne Antonetta will be on the show. Josh Dorrell, CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, will join us. They did a recent statewide study that asked people in Wyoming, what do you care about? Guess what? Taxes, cost of living. What are you encouraged about? What are you concerned about? The results of that study, Wyoming Business Council's Josh Dorrell will be on the show to talk about that. So guests galore. And then Cowboy State Daily stories, including power-hungry AI. Does Wyoming have enough coal? Is it going to be coal? Is coal the answer to these power-hungry AI world that this new age we're going to live in with the data centers that need electricity? Is it going to be coal, natural gas, all of the above, none of the above? Some are saying we're talking about a twofold increase in electricity demand, if not more. 160% increase in electricity demand in the coming years for these data centers. Can coal fill the gap? Renee Jean has that story. Skyrocketing power demand from data and AI centers could put Wyoming and coal at the forefront, or will it? There's some who say that it may not be coal, actually. WYDOT, who initially said they had about $400 million deficit in the budget, meaning your roads, the roads we all drive, are going to be crummier. WYDOT now says, well, that number's more like $600 million shortfall. Oh, boy. WYDOT, of course, looks over 7,000 miles of road, maintaining that asphalt, 2,000 bridges, and they're going to have to make some hard decisions. Director Darren Westby said he's not looking forward to the next 5 or 6 years when he's got to decide between new projects, which are pretty much off the table, except for those that have already begun, and then just regular maintenance. And the maintenance is going to have to be triaged, beginning with the most important interstates, down to where your little 2-lane country roads are going to go neglected. It's going to be tough. WYDOT doesn't know how they're going to fill that gap because there's been no appetite for a fuel increase at the pump, at the gas station. Definitely no appetite for a toll road on Interstate 80. So how are you going to make the money? This Powell woman who escaped California politics only to find that her city council's telling her she can't keep a little pygmy goat. Yeah, we're going to talk about how big government is all in the face of poor Venus Bontadelli. I feel for her, especially coming from a place where she expects harassment from her own government. And then she moves to Wyoming, and Powell government is all up in her business. Weston County Clerk, oh boy, here we go again. Becky Jo Hadlock is going to face punishment, perhaps. She's being called to the mat for blowing off that subpoena. You can't do that. If you're subpoenaed to appear, doesn't matter if you had a doctor's appointment, doesn't matter if your mom has a doctor's appointment, Becky Jo, you got to go. You can't just send in 2 flunkies in your place. She's in trouble again. President Trump says the way to end the shutdown is go nuclear. Get rid of the ability to filibuster. Go to just majority vote. Well, even Trump's most staunch supporters are reluctant. That includes the second in command at the GOP, Senator John Barrasso, along with fellow Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lummis. They both say they're not ready to scrap the 60-vote threshold needed to end the government shutdown. You could go with a simple majority, 51 votes. In that case, the Republicans would have it and we could end the shutdown. But the downside is it eliminates the minority from being able to use a filibuster. In other words, to talk and talk and talk and never vote. And while that seems like a dirty trick, Republicans are worried that, one day Democrats are going to be in power and we would like to use that dirty filibuster. You never know. So there's a tremendous reluctance from the Republicans to go nuclear, even after Trump suggested so. Japan has to figure out how they're going to deal with all their bear attacks. Boy, Japan sounds like Wyoming, right? They're having a real escalation in bear conflicts with people. There are a lot of bears in Japan, estimated 54,000, and they got all of them. They got, the black bears and grizzlies. Their black bear is actually the Asiatic black bear. And they do have something known as brown bears. The northern Japan has brown bears, which are pretty much equivalent to Wyoming's grizzlies. And they've been having bear attacks. Bear attacks have been a problem there for years. And how is Japan dealing with it? So, yeah, we got a bunch of stuff we got to get to. But first, we can't go anywhere until we know what to wear today, right? Whether we have to bring an umbrella or something. Your updated forecast. Day weather forecast looks like this. Casper, slight chance of rain after 4. Clouds on the increase, 55 the high. Lander, sunny, breezy, 56. In Evanston, slight chance of rain. That'll be front-loaded before 2. Otherwise, partly sunny in the afternoon, highs 48. Rock Springs, mostly sunny, breezy, 52 today. Pinedale, chance of rain or snow or both. Mostly cloudy, breezy, 44 the high. Afton, rain and snow likely today. Going to be just raw in Afton. 43 with rain or snow or both. Yuck. Chance of snow. And then turning to rain in DuBois, mainly after 3. With highs 45. Jackson, rain, snow likely. Breezy, highs 45. 3 inches of snow headed to Old Faithful up there in Yellowstone. They've closed all the roads already seasonally. Thermopolis, partly sunny, breezy, 56. Cody, chance of rain afternoon. Breezy, highs 54 in Cody. Buffalo, slight chance of rain after 3. Clouds on the increase with highs 53. Sheridan, you'll get to 58. With a slight chance of rain after 11 this morning. Gillette, chance of rain after 2 p.m. Clouds increasing. Highs 57. Newcastle, 55. Clouds increasing. Torrington, mostly sunny, 63. That's where you want to go today if you want to have a nice day outside. That's about it. Mostly sunny, breezy. In Douglas, 58. Cheyenne, increasing clouds, breezy, 56. Laramie, you'll get to 49. With a chance of rain late afternoon. Rawlins, mostly sunny, breezy, 48. That's what it looks like across the great state of Wyoming. The day weather forecast. Don will be on today. We don't have a lot of time for Don because we got to squeeze him in between 2 other guests. So we'll ask just the bare minimum out of him, including, what's the weather going to be like for football tonight across the state. We got couple of high school semifinal games going on in all conferences. Winners tonight in high school football play next Friday at the big venue in Laramie. They play on the field that the Wyoming Cowboys play on at the War Memorial for the state titles in each conference, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A. So this is a big game tonight. Win, and you go to Laramie. Lose, and you go home. Be interesting. National stories. Well, breaking news. The Farmer's Almanac's going to hang it up. That's a long time tradition. I can't believe it. Farmer's Almanac says that 2026 edition that's out now will be its last. They made the announcement yesterday. Is citing growing financial challenges of producing and distributing the book in today's, quote, chaotic media environment. Farmer's Almanac finally acknowledges that they just can't keep up with the tech, I guess. I mean, it does cost money to publish. You see it in newspapers across the nation are scrapping their presses, selling their presses, and going completely digital online. It's just too costly to produce a paper edition of anything, especially knowing that many of us are purposely choosing to look at a screen. So why make a book or a magazine or a newspaper? Why do that at all if most of us are rocking the Kindle for that novel or listening? We got audiobooks. And even our news, we digest the news mostly on some kind of smart screen. So I get it, Farmer's Almanac. It's a chaotic media environment. Well, it's different. Access to the online version of Farmer's Almanac, which they have come into the digital age in addition to the book. The publication, you can go online, but they're going to cease that next month. So buy the book if you want to look at the weather through the year for the Farmer's Almanac. Otherwise, they're going to go dark online. The website gone. And the book no longer. That copy you hold in your hand, that's a collector's edition, collector's item, I would imagine, because the Farmer's Almanac, since 1818, is coming to an end. The Maine-based publication, they're headquartered in Maine. Now, not to be confused with and here's one of the challenges, they don't acknowledge this. The editors behind the Farmer's Almanac don't acknowledge this at all. But I think one of the huge things factoring into them shuttering is the fact there's more than one Farmer's Almanac. And I always thought that was weird. Like, which one are you getting? There's two, and they both call themselves the Farmer's Almanac. Yeah, so the one that's closing is, and they do have a slightly different name, Farmer's Almanac, 208-year-old publication that farmers, gardeners, and others have relied on for weather for many years because they didn't have Don Day back then. Too bad. The other guys, one of them is based in Maine. The other guys are based in New Hampshire. And they're even older, I guess, the ones that are staying. So, and again, this story does not make a distinction between who's who. There's the Farmer's Almanac, and then there's the Old Farmer's Almanac. And it doesn't, that seems like copyright infringement right there. If I can't keep them two straight, no wonder one of them has got to go. If I was a judge, I'd say one of you's got to go. You're both the same thing. Now I'm starting to frustrate myself. Farmer's Almanac versus Old Farmer's. I mean, this is probably just good news because we're getting rid of one of the two. They're both confusing. Yeah. The Farmer's Almanac, that's its title. That one started in 1818. Not to be confused with the Old Farmer's Almanac, which is even older. That one started in 1792. I can tell, by the way, that the story I was reading from, I think it was Yahoo, that AI, ChatGPT, did the story for them because it was incorrect. ChatGPT said, the Farmer's Almanac, which announced its ceasing publication, should not be confused with the Old Farmer's Almanac, which is even older. It began publication in 1818. No, it didn't. It began in 1792, and ChatGPT is confusing itself over which is which is confusing me, which leads to our guest coming up here shortly, who's going to explain why this generation now, Gen Alpha, it's up to them to make these freaking computers, these AI and these chat bots and these chat GPT, it's up to them to make sure they work correctly and work for us, not the other way around. Because this story, obviously written by no human, got it wrong. This is a chat GPT getting it wrong. 1792 is the old Farmer's Almanac. That's going to continue publication. So good. The Johnny-come-latelys in 1818, they're ceasing. And that seems right for me. Because you guys were just copying the other guys. There was already a Farmer's Almanac, okay? I mean, if you want to come along in 1818 and do some weather forecasting for the year, call it something else. Call it the Rancher's Almanac or whatever. But you can't be the same thing. So the new Farmer's Almanac, I'll say, is ceasing publication. Whew. Look, I took a whole segment just to ferret out the real news. I'm going to take our first break. We'll be back.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, come on in, get you some Friday Cowboy State Daily show. Here's what Cowboy State Daily reported on over the last 24 hours. Renee Jean, power-hungry AI, fuels debate on Wyoming coal's role in U.S. energy. What is the role of coal? We got a lot of coal. Can that make the electricity the AI data centers are going to need? Probably. Experts say The market has shifted in ways that might still undermine and undercut coal. Finally, we get a presidential administration in power that says coal is not naughty, coal is good. And then we get these AI data centers that need tons of electricity. And guess what? We have tons of coal. Everything seems to be falling in alignment. Perfect. Wait a minute. Now Renee Jean has to put a damper on it. Rain on our parade. Even though it's projected artificial intelligence centers, data centers will grow astronomically through the decade, we know they're power hungry. Demand for power, according to the International Energy Agencies, says we could see a doubling of demand for power. So whatever we're using now in electricity, we'd need twice that much. Goldman Sachs has done their own research into it. Says we'll need 160% as much. That's more than twice, by the way. Rocky Mountain Power, meanwhile, has reported at least 10 gigawatts of new requests for artificial intelligence. So yes, demand is going to likely skyrocket. At least that's what it looks like. Now, this is all theoretical. This is all on paper. This is all data centers. Some data centers that haven't even broken ground yet, that are still seeking approval yet. But if and when it's all built out, yes, we will need probably twice the power we need now or more. And can coal be the answer? And Renee Jean says, not necessarily. What? Renee? Because, and here's why, hence why, explained by Rob Godby, he's University of Wyoming economist. Renee went and talked to somebody smarter than her, perhaps, and there's not many of those on the planet. Because the stage is set, Renee says, for Cowboy State coal to step in the gap here and be super important. Does America need Wyoming's coal for artificial intelligence? Simple question she asked of Rob Godby, UW economist. And Rob said, well, he said there's a big reason we've seen so many coal-fired plants shut down over the past 15 years. It's that they're just not competitive. Not necessarily Biden to blame. I mean, just look at the coal lease auction they had in Montana. Evidence enough. They had a coal lease, a coal auction, an auction for coal leases up in Montana, and it drew very little interest, very low ball offers, and they scrapped it. They canceled it, and they canceled similar auctions for Wyoming because it was looking like, even though coal has the green light, it was looking like the yellow light was going on. Like, I don't know. And it's just that coal's not competitive in the market, says Rob Godby. He's an economist. He said, first, you've got natural gas, and that's kind of leading the way now. So much natural gas, so much cheaper than burning coal for electricity. That's why we're not seeing coal make this big comeback we thought it would. Secondly, Godby says there's renewables. Oh, that dirty word. Coal used to be the dirty word. Now it's wind and solar. And he said between natural gas, wind, and solar, coal doesn't necessarily have the front seat, doesn't necessarily have a leg up in the race to produce electricity for all these AI data centers. Interesting. We keep hearing batteries. Yeah, I and Kyle Wentland, who's also quoted in this story. He's Wyoming Energy Authority, Kyle Wentland. He also is it says the similar thing I say about batteries. Whenever you talk about potential power sources, why do we all go battery, Why don't we, sort of the argument of EVs, why don't we all get EV cars? Well, let's all get batteries. Well, batteries don't produce energy. They just store energy. So there shouldn't even be in the conversation whenever you're talking about energy. Yet people do bring it up. The same as they bring up coal or wind, solar. What about batteries? Batteries just store the energy you made somehow. Burning coal, spinning wind, sucking sun. That all went into your battery somehow, some way. Battery doesn't make power, just stores it. And they're super expensive still. We still haven't figured out how to make a battery store as much juice as we need and do it economically. Batteries are terribly expensive. We are getting better with the tech of recharging them. In fact, the Chinese say that they've got a battery now they can put in a car and you can recharge it as fast as you can go gas up. Interesting. I still think, the 3 knocks on EVs, not to get off track. Can they work in Wyoming's extreme cold? Because we know what cold does to batteries. Sucks their power. You're just parked and your battery is draining when it's 20 below. Can batteries work in cold Wyoming? My biggest concern. 2, I've always thought, batteries are nice, but they're not as powerful as a diesel. I need to haul a 10-horse trailer over this mountain. You telling me a battery's going to do that? That's the second knock on batteries. And they're getting stronger. Apparently, yes, they can go fast and haul. I saw a story the other day. Before I'll get the third knock on batteries is the infrastructure isn't there. There's nowhere to gas up. There's nowhere to recharge. And when you do find a place to recharge, it takes too long. Who's got 6-8 hours to recharge? I'm driving across country and I need a special app to tell me where the next gas station is that has an EV charger. And then when I find it, I got to wait. This is the reason why they put them at a grocery store, because I got to go shopping for 3 hours while this thing charges up. That's your third knock on the batteries. Too expensive, not strong enough, and they probably can't work in the cold, and they take too long to charge. Now, all those things technology is making all those things better. And then if you really want to get picky, the fourth knock on the batteries is your car is quiet. I saw the other day, there are some companies that are making, like if you get a muscle car, like a Dodge Charger, back in the day when we were kids, us OGs were kids, one of the big reasons you got a muscle car was because they sounded so badass. And they went fast, your Dodge Charger, but they growled, man. And if these new EVs, you got an EV Dodge Charger, and it makes no sound. It goes as fast as the old Chargers, but it does it quiet. It does it like a golf cart. Well, that's not as fun. It could peel out and stuff, but it doesn't make any noise. So they're actually designing in noise maker to make it sound like you're burning gas, to make it sound like a combustion engine. It's just, I don't know if that's technology moving us forward or backwards. We finally come up with a battery that can do everything that old Dodge Charger used to do without killing the earth. But we needed to kill our eardrums. We needed to make the sound of the old. I just read that story the other day that they're making EV muscle cars sound like The old muscle cars of the 70s. Brr, you get them making that noise. Interesting story, though, from Renee Jean. She talked to all the people you should talk to. Power-hungry AI coming to Wyoming. We know that. Coming to the world. We know that. And we got a whole mess of coal that could give them the electricity they need yet. And we got a president saying, burn, baby, burn. Yet, the future for coal is still not perfectly green. It's instead of green, it's sort of paused. It's a little bit yellow. And it's market demand, say economists. It's the market, silly. It's not the heat. It's the humidity. It's not the heat. It's the market. Let's take a break and we'll get Joseph Kibler in here right after these on the Cowboy State Daily.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show, finally Friday, and we're joined by Joseph Kibler, self-professed nobody. He's just a nobody, fleeing persecution from a communist country. That's the old American story. This communist country happens to be California, but he's here now. Good morning, Governor.
Hey, good morning, Jake. How you doing, buddy?
Good. I say I use the salutation, Governor, not as an indication that you've already won or are even running for governor, but just as a sort of an old UK, Birmingham, London kind of greeting.
That's okay. I've actually got a good buddy of mine from the UK staying with me right now here in Cheyenne. So there you go.
No way. Does he address you as governor?
Well, believe it or not, he does. And actually, he is immigrating here to Wyoming. I'm helping him get here.
I love
it. Now he's going to flee that communist state. So there you go.
I love it.
Getting out of the UK.
Wow. So, yeah, I do, obviously in the coming weeks, months, we're going to be talking a lot about the gubernatorial race. After all, it is not too early anymore. 361 days officially now till the Wyoming general election, 281 days to what really matters, the primary. So we're getting down there. But I want to chat with you about a variety of topics, starting with this upcoming budget session, February. It's going to be all about money, spending money, taxes, anything to do with budget. And we've already seen some bills advancing out of committee. Anything has caught your eye? What's going on with this upcoming budget session? There's going to be challenges.
Well, you said it, Jake. It is a budget session. We have a short 20 legislative days to get the budget job done. And I'm really concerned at the number of bills that are going to be going to the floor, at least for consideration, right? They have to have a 2/3 vote, to move it on. But we've got, there's about 200 bills that have at least gone through committee. I haven't actually done an account on how many of those are going to the floor, but I think it's going to be a very challenging session. Some of the things I've been really keeping an eye on too is stuff going on with lobbying, which we're not proceeding with right now as far as tax dollars going to lobbying. I think we should be looking at that. But really, I'm also looking at, we've got now 14 or so, I think, election-related bills that are that could potentially be going to the floor. And that's after the 45 that were at least went to the floor during the legislative session. And a lot of these, and I'm going to agree with a lot of the folks that testified on these. Are we really creating solutions in search of a problem? And I'm looking at a lot of this, and I'm actually kind of concerned that this legislative session is really going to be a mess with the number of bills going to the floor. And then we're going to try to do a good job and go back to pre-COVID spending in government. I think it's going to be extremely difficult. And it's interesting because even Representative Lucas, when she went to committee earlier this week, the political committee, she said, I think there's way too many bills going to the floor. Yet they advanced them. They advanced, nobody stood up and said, hey, guys, we can't do this right now. These are good ideas. Maybe these are good ideas. And they went ahead and advanced it, almost everything anyways. And so I think that's concerning. I don't know what your thoughts are, Jake.
I agree with you on that notion that there are too many bills, and there's reasons for that. A big one is, and I don't want to blame just the Freedom Caucus, but one big one is these legislative sessions are used for campaigning. There are some lawmakers believe that it's a campaign thing, and bills are their way to campaign. And that's why we get bills that are really not terribly necessary, and laws that are basically already covered, especially Second Amendment firearm stuff. I think you would agree there. Yeah. We don't need laws when we already have laws that do it. And you just make law and law and law. And it's,
you know what? I was reading Article 6 of the Wyoming Constitution this morning. I know. Yeah. Who does that early in the morning? But I was doing that because I'm looking at why are we doing we just keep repeating all this election stuff. And it's like, there's stuff already in the Wyoming Constitution, and we're just like adding layers upon layers to it. It's like, guys, how about we just enforce what we've got? But like to your point, it's about political talking points. So if Joseph, and I'm in the legislature and I go, you know what? No, I don't want this bill to come to the floor. No, I don't want. Then suddenly Joseph's not for election integrity. Right? Because then someone has a talking point against me and going, well, gee, Joseph he doesn't care about election integrity because he doesn't want any of these bills to come to the floor. Well, no, I just understand I've got a job to do in 20 days, and that's get the budget done. But it makes a great political talking point when you can go ahead and just go, well, look Joseph's not in favor of bringing these bills to the floor. And then it's like, wow, Joseph's not conservative, whatever. And that's just not the case. They have a responsibility that they need to handle. And they've got 20 days to do it.
Yeah. I think, whether you're a senator or a member of the House, I think there's this feeling that you don't exist or you're going to be overlooked unless you sponsor a bill somehow. It's important to just raise your hand or not when voting for other bills. And I've seen very few lawmakers. Once in a while, you'll see one say, when asked, well, why you haven't sponsored a bill and you've been in 3 terms now, and they'll say there's enough bills. There's 400 plus. We can't get to them all.
Well, right. Well, they had over 800 this last session.
Oh man!
Now they all did not make it out of the door. Granted,
right.
But still, there were 800 plus bills. I mean, you think about this, and you have to go. Is that conservative? Okay. Are we going in the right direction from a conservative standpoint, or are we just legislating the thing to death? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
It could be education. It could be taxes. It could be, you name it. It's like, guys, we can't keep on this hamster wheel. We've got to think about doing something different.
Yeah. And maybe the LSO needs to, filter some of these before they ever get to somebody's desk. Maybe these committees, because when you have that many bills, it invites the bad stuff that you see in other states when they go into session. It invites favorite pet peeves, pet bills. Sometimes you got to shove 2 bills together and you get a rider that doesn't even belong in this bill. It just invites trouble, and it's weird. And then especially this upcoming budget session where you just mentioned there's already a concern there may be too many bills. Anything non-budget related, as you pointed out, has to have a 2/3 vote. And even lawmakers, knowing there's no way they're going to get 2/3, they might get half. They just bring that bill because you got to read it once, you got to bring it to the floor once, and that helps it next year. But you're just wasting everybody's time when you bring stuff to a budget session and it's got no chance.
Yeah, and I don't actually know the number, but I think it's going to be significant at the end of the day after all these committees complete. And they're going to spend a quarter of their time on all these bills at least, probably. And so yeah, I think it's really, we need to stop, and like you hit the nail on the head. We're just campaigning year after year after year after year. And that doesn't serve the people of Wyoming. And honestly, I think I was watching the committees this week. A lot of this gets confusing for people, I think. And also you have to ask, why are we doing all this? Heck, sure, I'm all for ID and voting. I'm all for this and that. But so many of the tweaks they're making are going to make it harder and harder and harder for just regular folks to run for office.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder for just a regular person, let's say just like me, and maybe I'm irregular because I'm willing to even do this in the first place. But that regular citizen representation is going to get further and further away from us as we make the process more complicated and longer and more complex. And now end up, and by the way, I think seeing them make it harder for independents to run. I think the major parties see the writing on the wall. People are kind of tired of the 2-party system in a lot of ways. And so they're actually going to try to make it harder for independents to run. And it's like, guys, this is not the right direction, not for citizen government.
Yeah, and I think we're getting further away from the intention of citizen government in Wyoming, which is to have regular Joes take a few weeks out of their life, go to Cheyenne and express concerns and maybe pass some vital laws. Now it's becoming professional politics, and
it
that's
is
one thing we didn't want.
I expressed a concern to our Houseman John Beyer during the legislative session. I said, we're headed for a full-time legislature. If we keep doing what we're doing, this is going to become professional politics. That's where we're headed, and people need to be thinking about that. And everybody's responsible for it. Get like you. I'm not going to point a finger and say, well, it's the Freedom Caucus or it's this or it's that. But the bottom line is we're headed that way if someone doesn't want to stop this gravy train.
Yeah, and let's look at what we should be doing. And I got to confess, we're talking to Joseph Kibler. Full confession, I actually saw something on your, I believe it was your website, saying that too many are passing laws or doing lawmaking with the next election cycle in mind, and you want to do it with the next generation in mind. That's what we should be thinking about. What's good for our kids, not your next campaign. And if you keep that focus, we'll do better, I think, in Cheyenne every year.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think so too, Jake.
Hey, let me ask you this. We've talked about it before, not you and I, but I've talked about it before, just for folks who are government 101, who are starting from basics. Tell me, this is your first shot into politics. You threw your hat in the ring for governor. You were the second to announce for 2026. Why did you start there? And tell me the difference between lawmaker. We've kind of hit on this lawmaker, legislator. Why didn't you say, let me start first in the House? I'm going to be a lawmaker from my district, or a senator. Why did you go to governor? And I think we all know governors are not lawmakers. They govern their state. So the difference between lawmakers and a governor, why you chose to go that avenue, and you've kind of touched on it already. You think we have too many laws, but what's your motivation?
Yeah, as I started thinking about this last summer, Jake, I was really, I spent a lot of time in prayer as a Christian. It's one of those things where you really do seek God and your family first to see where these things would land. But to be honest, I saw such a lack of principled leadership in state government and vision, I think, for me, in having this conversation about how we have just legislated ourselves to death. I actually don't have a desire to be a lawmaker. I know that that's the normal path. I know that's the way people normally do it. But where my heart is really serving the regular folks in Wyoming and giving them a representation that maybe they haven't had in a while. And that, hey, I get it. Limited power in the governor's seat as far as getting stuff done. You are a voice, yes. In fact, I think the highest amount of power, and not a lot of people talk about this, Jake, the power in the governorship in Wyoming is really in the appointments. Who are the type of people that you're going to appoint on these boards and these committees? And because bottom line is, those are the things that affect the daily lives. And nobody talks about this. But that's why I'm bringing it up. What are the type of people that you're going to appoint? And I think it's a little over 700 positions statewide that the governor can directly appoint to get the job done. And I tell you what, the power of that influence across the state, and if you can appoint like-minded people that go on, we're headed one direction, and that is unwinding this ball of yarn we've created. And you get like-minded people on these boards, and whether that's utilities or medical or whatever it is, I think the governor can affect real effective change, because a lot of these folks also are lobbying the legislators, right? So if you look at how this circle works, that's the best. And so for me, that's where my heart is in this, is serving the people. Hey, I'm homeschooling 3 kids right now. I'm a small business owner. I like my quiet life, believe me. For me to do this, it's coming at a great personal sacrifice. I'm in a different place in life than most people who get involved in politics are. Most folks are retired. Maybe they've got that wealth that they've created and they're funding their own campaigns, all these things. I'm like the anomaly in a race like this. Because I'm just a regular dude working for a living, raising my family, homeschooling our kids. I'm a different demographic than what is typically in any politics, including here in Wyoming.
Good point, Joseph Kibler. We're talking to Joseph, and a good point about the appointments that a governor makes, leadership appointments, similar to POTUS, cabinet appointments, even the Supreme Court. Yes, there is influence there in the appointments. We're almost out of time, but I did want to hit on one thing we're also in agreement on. Second Amendment rights is going to be heavy on your platform. Right to life is big. But this budget session, we're going to be talking budget, money, taxes, property tax, huge issue. We got a 25% property tax cut, which for me is a Band-Aid. Talking about making it 50, that's just a bigger Band-Aid. I love your idea of acquisition value, locking in property tax on the price that you bought your home at, so you know what it is forever, for 10 years, 30 years, you know what you're paying. I like it.
Well, Jake, you do that, you solve 99% of the problems that all these Band-Aids are trying to fix, right? So layer upon layer upon, you get this exemption and this and that, and we got 9,000 ways to Sunday, and it's getting worse. We're just making more Band-Aids. So now there is argument that you may have to do some minor tweaks to the Wyoming Constitution to get acquisition value done, but you do that first, okay? That solves almost everything. And then, you know what? Let's look at making a plan if we want to eliminate it, right? So instead of this idea, well, let's just chop we got this idea that we're going to do something without a plan and then let's just see what happens. Like that's literally what we're doing. And as a small town, for 20 years, I ran a small town rural firefighter department. I get what's going on there. I understand that. But so let's be responsible. Let's do that. And then let's make a plan. If we're going to get rid of it, I believe we could, but let's make a plan to do that. Let's make something that makes sense for our local leaders, that makes sense for our folks, because I believe we can do that, especially with the advent of rare earth minerals and how that's growing and things like this. We've got ways we could get there, but let's do something that government's not great at, and let's make a plan about it.
So many things we have to talk about. We have 280 days to do it, Joseph, and we'll have you on again in that time span. Joseph Kibler joins us on the show this morning, and we're just hashing out the challenges for the great state of Wyoming. Joseph, have a great, blessed weekend. Thanks for coming on.
Jake. All right, thank you. Take care.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to take a top of the hour news break. I'll see you right on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A California woman moved to Wyoming to escape imperious politics, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Venus Bontadelli is suing the town of Powell after being denied a permit to keep her pet pygmy goat.
According to the complaint, it's a due process issue. The town says you can't have exotic pets or wild pets unless you get a permit. State law says goats are livestock. And so the city was like, no. And she's saying this is arbitrary because what's the point of the permit if I can't get around what the rules say? Like, what's the point of having to apply for a special permit if I can't get around what the rules say? And so her lawsuit calls that denial arbitrary. It claims it's not based on good legal reasoning, therefore a violation of her due process rights, which are under the 14th Amendment.
Bontadelli is asking the U.S. District Court of Wyoming to declare the town's denial of her exotic pet permit unconstitutional and to have the town pay her $1 in nominal damages along with attorney's fees. Though a lightning rod for controversy, Dick Cheney was for years a celebrated Wyomingite. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports how Senator John Barrasso lauded the man's legacy, while Wyoming's other delegates and the president were more measured about Cheney's death.
Senator John Barrasso is one of few Republicans to come out and honor Dick Cheney in the wake of his passing earlier this week. Barrasso and Cheney have a complex relationship stemming back to when Barrasso was originally appointed to the Senate in 2007, and he was actually confirmed then by Cheney, who was vice president. Throughout the years, Cheney and Barrasso worked together on legislative priorities, but their relationship began to deteriorate towards the end of the Biden administration when Dick Cheney and his daughter, the former Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney, spoke out against Donald Trump towards the end of the Biden administration. Barrasso was originally hesitant to speak out against them, but did eventually release a statement condemning that decision by the two.
When Cheney became the nation's youngest presidential chief of staff at the age of 34, Barrasso had just graduated from Georgetown University with a bachelor's degree in biology. Their Washington careers wouldn't overlap until 2007 when Barrasso was appointed to fill a vacancy left by the late Wyoming Senator Craig Thomas, who had died in office of leukemia. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. And help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. For years, Japan has had a problem with bear attacks, but lately it's gotten so bad the military's been deployed to help protect people from getting mauled and killed. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports why Japan is using their military.
The reason is Japan doesn't really have, like, we've got the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and these agencies like that. Japan really doesn't have that. So if local officials, if municipal officials were getting overwhelmed by bear attacks or bear problems, if there's no wildlife agency to call in, they need boots on the ground. It makes sense that they would call the military to do that. So that's why, as far as why there's bear attacks, unbeknownst to a lot of people, Japan actually has quite a robust population of bears, both black bears and brown bears.
For reference, Japan's brown bears are essentially the same species as Wyoming's grizzlies. The Weston County Clerk has been formally charged with the crime of dodging a legislative subpoena during a subcommittee's investigation of her handling of the 2024 election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Becky Jo Hadlock reportedly told an investigator she had other appointments that day.
And this is a tricky beast because it's one of those really splashy areas where politics and crime intersect. So the Management Audit Committee subpoenaed her to give an account of the 2024 election. She did not show. And at that point, the law says the chairman of the committee shall turn her in. So as soon as she didn't show, the chairman had no choice, essentially, under this law. It also says that he shall apply for a court order to make her appear.
Hadlock could face up to 6 months in jail and $100 in fines if convicted of failure to appear. However, she could also face lesser penalties, including a deferral or probation if convicted. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, we're concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show. I'm trying to find a some music bed that is like scary, that carries more significance than jazz. I need something like super scary because this topic, there we go. Yeah, it has potential to be scary. We got a special guest on to join us. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence and the brave new world we're headed into, and all our money, we're pushing in all our money in the table, and it's all riding on Gen Alpha. Yeah, the ones who can't sit still in class, who can't be, teachers can't teach these kids, yet everything depends on the next generation, this generation. We lived through Gen X, the millennials, Gen Z, but this next generation, we're entering a new frontier, artificial intelligence. Grandma doesn't understand it. You and I are scared of it, but these next kids, man, they're growing up alongside it, in parallel, shoulder to shoulder with it. And why is it so crucial that these Gen Alpha dogs lead the way? Adam Hardage is on the show, and Adam is perfectly suited, I think, to be a authoritative topic here. Former CIA ops officer, and as CIA could tell you, or anybody who's been in intelligence, it's not guns and bombs and stuff that you have to fear most. It's communication, when the communication lines are down, and it's stuff like intelligence, like It's more of the battle that goes on between the ears, maybe. Adam, thanks for making time for us this morning. And yeah, we're going to talk AI and why these kids, these Gen Alpha kids, we can start out with why it's going to be more important for this generation. And what is this generation? What would you say Gen Alpha is age-wise?
Gen Alpha is my kids. So I've got a 7-year-old son and a 10-year-old daughter. And so they're the kids that are in grade school right now. Maybe as old as 15. I'm not sure. I'm doing the math on loosely in my head, but it's the youngest generation. So right after Z. So I think you've got a real resurgence from, I did not mean to go straight into Charlie Kirk, but the Charlie Kirk with the Gen Zers and bringing on a real revivalist movement across America. And, a real sort of conservative bread and butter, take America back, founding roots, that kind of thing, find our faith, find our freedom. And I think Gen Alpha is going to be the one to carry that along. And so, it's interesting because, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm turning 51 years old next week. And, we saw everything from the rise of technology. I mean, we're a bunch of irritated, grumpy old people because we had to buy our music like 10 times. We had to buy it on 8-track and then cassette tape and then record. Then record, then cassette tape, then then CD, then we had to buy it on MP3. Then we had to steal it on Napster. Now we got to rent it again. So anyway, but I say all that slightly in jest, but I'm really, really hopeful and positive about Gen Alpha, even though they're all super hyper, can't sit still. I think the old system is dead and gone. I really do, but we can get into that in a second. Thank you for having me.
You bet. Adam, so you bring up, Gen Xers. Boy, when they write our epitaph, when they write something on our tombstone, it was how adaptable we were. We are. Gosh. I mean, we've had to navigate a world that's changing so fast, but we're trying to keep up, keep our head above water. This next generation, Gen Alpha, they grew up with computers. They're growing up with smart screens and computers. Yet it's going to be their humanness that's going to save us. It's going to be, 100%. It's going to be, you use this word and you can't say it enough with Gen Alpha. It's going to be their discernment. They need to navigate between what's real, what isn't, what's computer, what's human, and how, it's going to be their humanness that saves it, not necessarily their tech genius, nerd, Silicon Valley upbringing. We're going to need them to be more human than ever.
That is 100% correct. In fact, that's a huge part of what the Alpha Blueprint, what the book is about. So I wrote, I'll give you the just super quick backstory about the Alpha Blueprint. And it was, earlier this year, I lost my company. We went against the COVID narrative. I was running a telehealth company. We got sideways with the government. That's another story for another time. But at any rate, my company got crushed. And so I was sitting around trying to figure out, well, what am I going to do next? And, I had applied for a bunch of jobs at different places. And I wasn't even really getting callbacks from anybody. And these are jobs that I have recommendations for, that I'm eminently qualified for and everything else. And I started thinking, well, hold on. So I'm a military combat veteran. I'm a CIA operations officer veteran. I speak 4 languages. I've been to 40 countries. I've got an MBA from Virginia Commonwealth University, and I graduated from the Air Force Academy in 1997. And I'm thinking, if I can't even get a call back, what am I going to tell my kids? What am I going to do? What is the recipe for them? And that's really, and then it occurred to me, it dawned on me, because there I am sitting there using ChatGPT to help me write a new cover letter for this job, write a new this for this, help me flesh this out. And I thought, oh my gosh, there it is. It's right in front of it. And it's like, AI has democratized PhD level intelligence worldwide for $20 a month. And so now everybody has a Lamborghini. Everybody's got a supercar, a McLaren F1, a Ferrari, that's going 1,000,000 miles an hour. And so the question is, if everybody is playing at that level, So I don't go into the book about like, I'm not trying to teach people how to write prompts. I'm not trying to teach people, oh, don't use it. Put your head in the sand. It's going to go away. I'm not saying any of that stuff. I don't care if you like AI, if you're morally opposed to it, if you wish it didn't exist. It doesn't matter. It's here. And what we have a responsibility as parents is to guide our kids, the next generation, the alpha generation and the Z generation, into that future, and in a way that is responsibly using the tools, not putting your brain in a box, but learning who you really are, knowing how to understand and identify the truth, what is true and what is not, because I come from a world of shadows and lies, right? You know, I mean, as a CIA operations officer, we're very used to doing covert action, clandestine things like that. And a lot of times it's pretty nefarious stuff, as you would imagine. I mean, it's just the nature of the work. But what that did was give me a very unique lens on the world as far as how the world works, you know, how to spot lies. And so I go into a lot of that in the book, but then couple that with the fact that I am a God-fearing, born again, you know, faith-driven man. And so that's the way I see the world. I say, okay, the world's going to lie to you. In fact, the good book says it. It outlines it very clearly. You know, it's like, hey, you know, our fight is not against each other. Our fight is against the powers and the principalities and the spiritual forces that drive this world. And I'm like, well, what is that? Well, those are positions of authority given on earth to demons that literally run and control things. And so when you start to look at the world through that lens, things start to make sense and things start to fall into place. So I get into, how do you tell the truth, or how do you identify the truth so that you can discern what is the right course of action to take? But most importantly, then, who are you? What is your God-given spark? What is your creativity? What is your individual uniqueness that sets you apart from all of the other PhD, you know, Ferrari driving, Chat GPT using people out there? And that's, I think, the way that people, and especially Gen Alpha and Gen Z, are going to succeed, not just survive, but thrive in the coming world, is to really, really take a deep, deep look inside at who they are, get right with their creator, build a tight community, and understand that faith, family, freedom, those things are paramount in the world, and they must be defended at all costs. So I think this is going to be the most important conversation that parents are going to have with their kids over the next 20 years. I really do. Assuming that, you know, artificial general intelligence doesn't come along and kill us all, you know, as long as we're all still there, that's what we've got to be focused on. So I am not just tooting my own horn when I say I think every single family needs to read this book. And the reason is because it helps them think from a framework about how to think about the tools in the future and maintain their ability as a community, as a family, as a God-fearing people to not just survive, but thrive.
Yeah, we're talking to Adam Hardage. We'll talk about the book. We'll talk about roles parents and teachers can play getting this next generation up to speed, because so much depends on them. We don't want to put everything on them, but they're coming up in an age, like we said, not just like the previous generations where we came up learning to use computers and learning to use AI and figuring it out. This next generation is going to build the guardrails. They're going to define what AI is allowed to do, where it oversteps its bounds. So they're going to make chat bots work for us, not the other way around. Because, Adam, in your world, in the CIA background, you navigated a world that was literally engineered to confuse and to hurt. Your bad actors, though, were known. Your bad actors were North Korea, we knew who they were. The bad actors in this new world, this digital age, we don't even know who they are, and we don't know when they're tricking us. Our life is shaped by algorithms when we're online. How is this next generation? It's crucial. What's at stake? Tell me.
Everything is at stake, frankly. And so here's it at its simplest. So, I mentioned that I lost my company because we went against the COVID narrative. And just very briefly, I'll say that we were canceled so quickly. Right? When I spoke out on national news against the pandemic, against the mandates, against the vaccines, the lockdowns, all of it. I'm a freedom fighter. I've always been a freedom fighter. And I called BS on the whole thing. I said, this is the most well-run, coordinated information operation that's ever happened. Yeah. I believe that the pandemic is real. Absolutely. The virus is real. Okay. All that stuff. But the way that it is being, the way that people are being shouted down in the public square if they try and speak out, or if they try and go somewhere without a mask on, or you're being arrested for this. As soon as I started speaking about that, we were canceled immediately across the board. Yeah. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Google. I mean, we lost our corporate insurance. We lost a $100 million contract with the government. The FDA threatened to sue us. The NIH came after us. I mean, it was just on and on and on. A relentless beatdown for 5 years. But what was most amazing about that time was I watched entire interviews go away, like that existed in the digital space. Things that I had said were wiped from. So I was in essence completely banned, completely turned into a shadow by the system. And so now that was 5 years ago. Now you've got algorithms that, as you scroll, can change what you're going to see before you even scroll to the next thing on your Twitter feed or your Instagram or whatever. So it's in a world run by algorithms, and where everything is fake, and where you've got now video capability with AI that makes it almost impossible to tell what's real. I say the only way to actually tell what's real is what I can see, taste, smell, and touch with my own hands. So that's why I get back to, I think you're going to see a resurgence of small town communities, of the family network. I think that those are incredibly important things. And I think you'll really start to see a resurgence of that generational, the older generations leading the younger generations providing for the old generations. So I think there's good and there's bad that's coming.
Yeah. And Adam, as you pointed out, I think we're learning now in hindsight, in the rearview mirror, that there was directives from the top to have intentional censorship on socials and to follow a narrative when it comes to COVID or anything. I mean, just substitute the pandemic. Doesn't have to be that. Whatever the narrative is supposed to be, the internet, socials, that can be made to reflect that. It's a scary, scary time. And as we've been saying, and as Adam has been saying, it's up to this next generation, this Gen Alpha, these kids that wiggle around in their seats, that teachers say they have an attention span like that. Maybe that's because they are hardwired and they're already being programmed to help us navigate this crazy future we're headed into with AI and all these deep fakes and stuff like that. So read the book, Alpha Blueprint. Find the book, because parents and teachers, you play a role getting these kids ready. What we can help. What is something in the book that'll help parents of these kids? You look at the kids and you say, "Oh, this kid's so exhausting." If you're trying to teach them or parent them, but man, they're being prepared for a battlefield. Honestly.
Yeah. I would say help them find their spark. Help them truly identify who they are. And help them know what is important to them, not what's important to you, mom, or you, dad. Now, if it is if it's important to you from a value standpoint, or if it's important to you from a parenting standpoint, then yes, of course. But if it's you trying to say, like, I think you need to study this, or you need to, have this as a coming career, I don't think you can go down that road, because no longer do we live in a world where we can tell kids, go to college for 4 years, get a degree, go work for a Fortune 500 company for 30 years. Social Security will be there for you. You can rely on Medicare. Make sure to invest in your Roth IRA, get your 401k set. That's gone. That's done. That's toast. And so relying on legacy systems is a recipe for failure. So I would say, from a parenting standpoint, yes, absolutely, impose your values and all the things that a parent should do. But I'm saying, when it comes to trying to guide your children into the future, what their best shot at success in the coming world is to have a relationship with their Heavenly Father, have a relationship with their earthly parents, build the community around them, and to truly understand who they are inside, so that they can discern what is real and what is God's will for them in their life. That's what I would say. That's the advice I would give to parents. And I hit on that a lot, that kind of stuff a lot in the book. It's really centered around faith, family, freedom, fitness, because without a fit body and a fit mind, you can't do anything. And, lastly, finances and how to get your finances right. So I would say it's a great opportunity for parents, and it's written in a way that for parents to sit down and talk to their kids. Every chapter starts with "Dear kids," and it's really a love letter from a father, concerned father, to the next generation, trying to guide them and say, "Hey kids, listen, you're going to be lied to about this, and this. Here's how to recognize those lies. Here are some things that you can do to protect yourself from the world that's going to be punching you in the face from day one once you get out the gate." It's all about discernment, family values, and bringing us back as a country, as a people, closer to our roots. The Constitution, the founding principles that we're part of, our Christian faith-based communities. That's it, man. That's the recipe for the future. That's the recipe for success.
That's Adam Hardage, author of Alpha Blueprint. Look for that today, because Gen Alpha, these dogs are going to lead the way into the future. A scary future? Doesn't have to be. Not if we can depend on Gen Alpha. Alpha Blueprint. Adam Hardage, thanks for coming on, man. Have a great weekend.
God bless. Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily continues. We're going to get our weather guy in here, Don Day, with a weather forecast. And then I got more guests. Oh, man, we are super busy. Let's go right to Don Day. It takes a lot of navigating. This is when I need like a producer or an engineer or somebody. There's Don Day with the day weather forecast. Don, the imposter Farmer's Almanac announced that they were hanging it up yesterday. There's still the old one. There's two of them, and I'm so confused with the old Farmer's Almanac, like from the 1790s. That one's still there. But the guys from the 1818s based in Maine, they say they're done with it because they didn't mention that weather forecasters today are just too good, but that's probably the reason. I mean, they didn't have Don Day in 1818.
Well, I never knew why there were two anyway, so let's just have one.
I agree. And even the one, when the notion you can forecast weather a year out, there are global influences probably. They give you some generalizations, but really any of us want to know is how wet it's going to be in Meeteetse today, period.
Is that the burning question?
That's
Is the weather in Meeteetse today? Do you have a tea time in Meeteetse?
How heavy a sweater do I have to wear in 10 sleep? That's my question for you.
Windbreaker. You need a windbreaker to the next couple of days.
Yeah.
It is going to be colder. It's going to be windy again, and we have another front. Yesterday, depending on where you are, you may have experienced a rain or a snow shower and a lot of wind. Same thing's going to happen this afternoon through early tonight. First affecting the northern and western parts of the state. Tomorrow morning, we could still have some lingering showers in the central and the east, but it will all clear out. It's just going to be a chilly weekend. It's just going to be fall with gusty winds and chilly temperatures and cold nights. But once we get this front out of here, we're going to have an opportunity to go back to some really nice weather next week.
I like that.
Like the Farmer's Almanac, early next week, I just might, decide to do my own government shutdown, and I'll just shut down weather for a few days.
Day weather into hiatus, yeah. So Don's advice to you high school quarterbacks tonight is depend on the ground game, maybe. I don't know if you're passing it. Run the ball tonight. It's going to be too windy to throw the pigskin. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Have a great weekend. Don Day weather forecast. We got to take a break. Next guest coming in right after this stuff.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily show continues on a finally Friday. I got to fix my Zoom room. Every time I go into a three-way Zoom, ladies, it's chaos. Stand by while I try to figure out what went wrong. Meanwhile, let me, for those of you on radio, you don't know any of this is happening. So it's James G. Martin Center for Academic Renewal. And we have Shannon Watkins on with us, as well as Dr. Jenna Robinson. Shannon is the Policy and Research Fellow, author of a report that we're going to talk about. And I'm assuming Dr. Jenna Robinson just kind of runs the show at the Martin Center, president. The Martin Center for Academic Renewal, nonprofit dedicated to higher education reform. We're going to be talking about high school and college level and the 50-state comparison regarding civics education. And I think my knowledge of civics, I'll say, is I see a resurgence in civics, a commitment to do more civics education, to make sure social studies, history, and things like that are in the curriculum. Is that right? And Shannon and you're both going to have to jump in where and when. I'm not going to point, but yeah, Shannon and Jenna, just answer. And let's start out with why this study, and is it true? Because in high school and college, we're seeing a recommitment to make sure people are educated on civics. Civics is back in the curriculum. It kind of almost left, or it got a little off track.
Yes, certainly we do see a growth in the desire to teach American history and American government. And so that's what inspired, in part, this comparison. But we know also that there still is a lot of work left to do. We were curious at the start of this project to see, well, at the state level, which states are requiring, yes, high school civics, but also at the college and university level. And there, like I said, there is still a lot of work left to do because we found only 14 of the 50 states at the higher education level are requiring a civics course in general education programs. And you'll be happy to know that Wyoming is one of those 14 states.
We are one, but work to do, improvement needed.
Absolutely. Yes. And Jenna, you may want to speak to the General Education Act and how that would further improve curriculum at Wyoming.
Absolutely. So one of the things that the Martin Center has done is to create its own model general education curriculum, which, among other things, puts an emphasis on American history and the importance of the Western tradition. We call it the General Education Act, and we think it would be a great complement to the work that the University of Wyoming is already doing in teaching civics.
You know, we can't talk about any of this, all of this, without also talking about, you know, where we may have gotten off track as a nation in education. And I'm specifically thinking about, you know, DEI. So if we're teaching about history, how can we assure that teachers are allowed to teach history and set up some guardrails? Because, you know, there's this anti-DEI wave now, whether you want to recognize that or not. There was a time when critical race theory, you know, the intentions were to teach a period of history when there was slavery, but suddenly the teacher was spending, you know, a whole month on slavery and outlining how it's still prevalent today and all the ills of it. So how do you teach history without ruffling feathers? You know, because history's got some things in it we're not proud of. Like, how do we even teach history today? How do teachers do it?
Our approach, particularly for civics, is to focus on primary documents, because then there's less room for interpretation, right? If a student is reading the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Gettysburg Address, the Civil War amendments, they are getting history as unfiltered as they can get it. And I think that takes out a lot of the opportunities for either stifling history or for focusing too much on what makes America bad instead of what makes America good. So I think that primary documents, whenever possible, are the way to go in those history and civics courses.
Good.
Yes, and I would like to add that these are courses that we recommend for undergraduates to study in their general education programs, but also for teachers, for future teachers, when they're studying to get their licensure, that they need to be studying these primary documents as well.
I like that idea. Primary documents. That's one way. Now, what about you still have to use contextual. You have to put things in context with history, and you almost cannot teach history without slanting it some way. And what I'm trying to get at is for a while now, it's been slanting America as bad. Like what our kids were learning in UCLA was Americans are bad. We did all these things bad. And it got to where we had a whole generation of folks who were no longer patriotic. On Flag Day, they didn't hang the flag in front of their house. It was not good to be patriotic. So can we teach history? Can we do civics that in a way shows America's role in America's role in the world, and it's okay to be American and be patriotic? Is that okay?
I think we absolutely can. And there's actually a new textbook out that does it that way. It's called Land of Hope by Bill McClay, who's a professor now at Hillsdale. And I think what that textbook does, and what we all want, is reflective patriotism, right? We don't want to paper over the things that America got wrong. But we also don't want to paint America as uniquely sinful, because I think we all know that lots of countries had slavery. America did not invent it. And America was not uniquely bad in anything that it did. America is part of history. And we should teach the history as it happened and not try to use the past or use modern standards to judge America's past, but not judge the past of any other country.
Shannon Watkins is with us, Dr. Jenna Robinson, both of James G. Martin Center for Academic Renewal. Tell me, somebody tell me what this center is doing, let's say in partnership with UW. And we're talking about University of Wyoming. What do you like? What changes have they made to the curriculum? What additions have they or subtractions to degrees offered? Are they heading in the right direction? What more can we do? What do you do every day with University of Wyoming, for instance?
So the University of Wyoming did recently cut some courses, and I think that is a step in the right direction. I think there is more to be done. As we mentioned before, we think that the University of Wyoming should adopt a new general education program that looks more like a traditional general education. A lot of universities have what are called distribution requirements, where they say you take a course from this bucket, you take a course from this bucket, and the buckets are called things like history and literature. But in those buckets, you get good stuff, bad stuff, and irrelevant stuff. And students can kind of pick and choose what they want. So students might get a great course on English literature or American literature where they're reading the greats, or they might end up reading Twilight. And so it really is important, I think, to narrow those options so students are getting, a taste of the best things that have been thought and said in the past and today. And that is something that we hope the University of Wyoming will continue as it's looking into curricular change, that we hope they will focus on what looks like a more traditional general education curriculum. But I know there is interest there at the University of Wyoming, and they've already started, as I said, looking at their courses and making changes.
That's Dr. Robinson. Wait, do I have my...
You got it right.
Okay. Okay, here's a question, maybe for Shannon, maybe I'm not sure for who, but you mentioned that 14 states require civics education as part of the college graduation requirement. Well, Wyoming is one. What about the states that are not? Shouldn't this be like, this is foundational? Shouldn't this be pretty basic? What's happening at the center, at the James G. Martin Center, to get the rest of the states? I can't do math fast. How many does that leave that are not? Because college and universities are so influential. They are putting things in the brains of the next generation. How do we get the rest of the states to at least require a basic, civics education?
Yes, I agree with you. Well, at the Martin Center, we have published on our website some model legislation that if states are interested in requiring it from a state level for their public universities, we have the language ready to go for this is the kind of law that you can adopt, and it lays out course content, just like we were discussing, primary documents that students should be studying in their civics courses. And this is actually a law that was passed in South Carolina, and there are similar laws in other states that are at least requiring in some form that students study American history, American government. So we encourage legislatures to consider this, but it doesn't have to be at the state level either. University systems, governing boards can also take action to ensure that their institutions are requiring a course with some solid civics content.
What about your work with high schools? We've been talking about colleges, universities, but this gets down to high school as well, making sure they have a well-rounded social studies curriculum.
Well, at the Martin Center, we are very specifically focused on the higher education level. So we don't work closely or directly with the K-12 schools. Where our interest is in the K-12 sphere is the education of teachers. And so we've written extensively on teacher education reform at the college level. And we've even published 5 steps that Wyoming can take for teacher reform in partnership with the Wyoming Family Alliance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to add is that the civics education in high schools is really the highlight or the best news that we found in our report, because it's 46 out of 50 states are requiring civics in high school. And so that I thought was very reassuring.
Let me, one final thing. We're talking to James Martin Center for Academic Renewal, Shannon Watkins, and Dr. Jenna Robinson, and a new 50-state comparison, civics education, new recently released report. 14 states require civics education as a college graduate requirement. Wyoming is one. But what kind of civics? What is exactly taught? You touched on it using foundational documents, but I want to give you both a chance to explain a little bit about where we are. We went from, a nation that taught history, a nation in general that taught history, Columbus discovered America. He was a good guy. And then, and then on the other side, we're doing, DEI stuff, critical race theory. Where is true north? And why is what anything you're saying and proposing is not just the next swing of the pendulum somewhere? We need true north in social studies and civics and history. And yes, I think the founding documents are a good way to start. What else?
I would say the other things that we need to definitely include in those courses is how our government works. You all probably remember that, how a bill becomes a law, right? Schoolhouse rocks. Yeah. We need to go back to that, not saying that, that this is the best way to make a bill become a law, but this is how we do it. This is what federalism is. This is how the Electoral College works. Because I think that there are a lot of those pieces that students just do not know. They don't know our three branches of government. They don't know why those three branches are different. They don't know about checks and balances. And so just really the basics on how our government works, how this republic works, how federalism works, I think should be a significant part of what students are learning, both in high school and reinforcing in college. Because in order to become a voter and an engaged citizen, I think it's essential that people know those things.
Yeah, judging on Facebook comments, I think people need to get up to speed just on those very basics. And because they do have the power to vote, that's sometimes scary to think about. Shannon, one last thing for you. What did you learn in this study? What did you learn in this research that makes you think, boy, we have to do another study on this? Anything that you wanted to drill down deeper on, or anything that was surprising to you, or is the next study maybe? Are you hearing me, Shannon?
Oh, sorry. No, I must have missed you. Sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. The study that you did, what feedback did you get that made you think, I want to learn more about that, or we weren't expecting that, or anything you want to drill down on? What might be the next study? We should look into this.
Oh, certainly. Yes. Thank you. Well, because we were aware of legislation being passed in other states, such as South Carolina, we were curious. Okay, well, what's the temperature in other states here? And seeing that there are only 14 states that have some form of a civics requirement, that really tells us something, that there's, yes, curricular reform needed in civics, but there's also the larger picture of general education programs really need help also. And so I think we've written extensively on general education, but I think that is really a point that needs to be pursued. Because if general education programs are strong and well, civics education will be also.
Yeah, I think Dr. Jenna would agree. We got to start speaking of starting at the basics, let's go back to phonics or something like that. Let's just go with the basics of education. Yeah. Make sure we're bringing up the next generation right. We just had a guest on that was explaining the Gen Alpha, the kids that can't sit still, are going to be the ones that we count on to get us through AI and chatbot and then the brave new world. Ladies, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. If you want to learn more, by the way, what this outfit does, James G. Martin .center. Is that right? Is that the website?
That is jamesgmartin.center.
Okay, very good. jamesgmartin.center. And yeah, it was a pleasure to have both of you on. Shannon Watkins, Dr. Jenna Robinson of the James G. Martin Center for Academic Renewal. And the latest we found out about civic study. Wyoming's doing it right and getting better every day, thanks to the help of nonprofits like this. Thank you for being on. Have a great day. Great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cowboy State Daily continues. Andrew Rossi going to blow in here in a moment, I'm pretty sure. We'll be right back after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
So Andrew Rossi is, he's on Andrew time. You never know if you're going to get Andrew or not, which is half the fun. So that's okay, because we do have some listener feedback to get to regarding the whole EV charging thing. And that sort of came to mind. I was talking about whether coal is going to fill a crucial role in the production of electricity for all these AI data centers that we're going to need, because mankind is no longer going to think for him or herself. We're no longer going to do anything. This notion that the future man would be this egghead, you know, like our bodies would start shrinking because we wouldn't use them and all we would do is use our brain. You ever seen the sci-fi writers who proposed that the human of the year 3000 is going to be just like this big egghead in a glass and we won't even need our body? Those guys, I think, got it wrong because we're not the human of 3,000. The way we're going is we're not going to think at all. We don't need to. Long division? Texas Instruments made something to deal with that. Let the calculator do it. Writing your term paper for that demanding professor? ChatGPT's got it for you. Just the needing friends. You want friends? We'll find a chat bot. Nobody's going to use their brains anymore. We're just going to use our old buddy computers and ChatGPT and robots, androids. They're going to do everything for us. And our heads are not going to get bigger. They're probably going to get smaller. The new 3,000 man is going to be, we're not going to have egg heads. We're going to have shrunk heads, I think. And it was so cool to have Adam Hardage on, who worked for the CIA. And he'd be the first to tell you the real battle, the real warfare, the battlefield is not bombs and missiles and bullets in conflict. It's intelligence or the lack of intelligence gathering. What can you believe? Communication. What can you believe is real or not? Yeah, the next battlefield is going to be deep fakes, AI, computers telling us stuff where discernment is going to be crucial. And Gen Alpha, these kids today, it's going to be up to them, these Gen Alpha dogs, to figure it out. They're growing up with AI, with the whole thing. And they're the ones that are going to have to make rules for it. They're the ones who are raising ChatGPT and AI, so to speak, like raising the family dog. And they're the ones who are going to have to say, here's what you can do, AI. Here's what you can't do. Here are the rules. It's going to be crucial. Anyway, I was talking about coal. I was on topic about coal filling the need for all these AI data center demands on energy. And maybe coal won't be the answer, is the consensus from the Renee Jean story. But I sort of got side-topped. I went off on a side quest, and I started talking about the EV stations and whether batteries are not power generators. Some people want to throw them in the conversation like power is electricity, and we get electricity from burning coal, and there's natural gas, and there's windmills, and there's solar panels, and there's batteries. And I'm like, wait a minute, battery is not in that conversation. The battery stores any of the above, but it doesn't create power. And then I got sidetracked on EVs, and the whole problem with EVs today is the infrastructure is not there. If you own an EV, you have to be so intentional, and you have to do high math. You've got to have maps and apps, and you got to be practically a PhD in EV just to even find the next charging station. And one of our, all this to get to one of our listeners who texted in, so true. I have friends that do just that. Looking for power stations, rather comical to me and very frustrating and very challenging. You want to drive cross country in your EV? You better plan out your trip. My dad used to plan out his trips. I wonder if he's listening. He used to use the AAA maps, and he would plan out the trips, like how far you could get on a tank of gas, where and when you would fuel up. He was really calculated. You know, in today's day and age, you just go, that's the freedom of a road trip. Let's just point the car, just go on a road trip. But these EV owners have to plan like my dad used to with the AAA map and how far can we get on this charge? Where do we charge next? What do we do while we wait for our car to charge? You got to do a lot more research and prep if you're an EV owner, because the infrastructure is not there yet. And our listeners, at least one, seems to agree. Another listener, I was surprised at this. We had one of our listeners text saying, I agree with the city of Powell. Move out to the country if you want to have a farm animal. This comes from our story, Cowboy State Daily story, about the woman who moved from California in order to get away from big government, telling her what she could and couldn't do, only to find out that the Powell government wants to tell her what she can't do, and that's have a pet pygmy goat. This woman in the Cowboy State Daily story written by Claire McFarland lives in Powell. She had moved to Wyoming from California in order to escape, quote, increasingly liberal and imperious politics. She's now suing the town of Powell because they won't let her keep a pygmy goat, which if you're not familiar with them, they're about, the size of a dog, honestly. In fact, that's what she makes in her argument. Venus Bontadelli, Venus is saying it's just like having a dog. She's trying to say that it's not an exotic pet. And the town of Powell is saying it's an exotic pet and you can't have one in city limits. And one of our listeners said, if you want to have this pygmy goat, move out to the country, or better yet, move back to California. Ooh, I thought that was a little harsh. It's a domesticated pygmy teacup goat. It is pretty small. She says it's small, clean. And she said, unlike a dog, it doesn't bark or make noise. All her neighbors, or many of her neighbors, have come to on her behalf, her defense, and said, we don't have a problem with the pygmy goat. There's apparently one person in Powell, one in the entire town of Powell, that has a problem with the goat. We don't know who it is. They're the ones who blew the whistle on it and complained. We'll dig into that story when we come back. We got to bust out for news now, but yeah. Porsche Lane is the name of the teacup pygmy goat that is suddenly persona non grata. And Powell says, you got to get rid of that goat. She's suing Powell, saying it's a cool little pet. What's the solution? What's the answer? What say you? We'll find out when we come back. Right now, it's going to do it for this hour. Top of the hour news for our radio station affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Weston County Clerk has been formally charged with the crime of dodging a legislative subpoena during a committee's investigation of her handling of the 2024 election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Becky Jo Hadlock reportedly told an investigator she had other appointments that day.
And this is a tricky beast because it's one of those really splashy areas where politics and crime intersect. So the Management Audit Committee subpoenaed her to give an account of the 2024 election. She did not show. And at that point, the law says the chairman of the committee shall turn her in. So as soon as she didn't show, the chairman had no choice, essentially, under this law, but to take the hard-nosed path and turn her in. It also says that he shall apply for a court order to make her appear. I'm told by legislative staffers that hasn't happened yet.
Hadlock could face up to 6 months in jail and $100 in fines if convicted of failure to appear. However, she could also face lesser penalties, including a deferral or probation if convicted. Skyrocketing power demand from data and AI centers is reviving calls for more coal-fired electricity. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that fuels the debate about the role of Wyoming coal in the nation's energy future.
Coal is reliable. It's cheap when you are operating it on a 24/7 basis. But now that you have renewables, which are zero cost on the margin, once they're built, they don't cost a thing. And they come in and they put energy on. And so maybe now you're only running the coal plant 50% of the time. You are no longer meeting that overhead. You're not spreading that cost, that overhead over a 24-hour period. You're spreading it over a 12-hour period. Suddenly, the coal costs a lot more than it used to.
Artificial intelligence, or AI centers, are expected to grow astronomically within the next decade. According to an estimate by the International Energy Agency, it will surge by 160%. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. And help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. President Trump wants Senate Republicans to scrap the 60-vote threshold in order to end the government shutdown and move other legislation without Democrats' support. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports from D.C. that Wyoming's U.S. senators oppose the idea, saying Democrats would retaliate down the road.
Senate Republicans, including staunch allies like Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, they don't want to go down this road because it's a very dangerous game to get rid of the only tool that protects the minority party in Washington, D.C. The U.S. House doesn't have anything to protect the minority party. And then, of course, there's the presidency. They do not want to go along with President Trump and eliminate the filibuster because they know the Republicans are going to be in the minority someday. And they're worried about having the Democrats' agenda rammed down their throat. Some of the things they're concerned about, granting statehood to Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia. That would boost the Democrats' numbers in Congress.
The legislative filibuster is a tactic for the minority party in the Senate to block a bill. Under the rule known as cloture, 60 votes are required to end debate on a bill and thus overcoming a filibuster. Wyoming Department of Transportation's director says the previously reported $400 million deficit in the department, well, it's closer to $600 million now. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that solving this deficit is no easy task.
Senator Stephen Pappas, who leads the Senate Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee, told Cowboy State Daily that this issue is not going to be something that's easy to rectify, especially because the legislature recently shot down a 10-cent per gallon increase to the state's fuel tax. While this would have provided some money to WYDOT, this definitely wouldn't have filled the entire deficit, which means that lawmakers are still searching for different solutions to this problem, which may involve digging into the general fund to replace these missing dollars.
WYDOT Director Darren Westby tells Cowboy State Daily that his department is responsible for maintaining over 7,000 miles of road throughout the state and 2,000 bridges, which may go neglected without proper funding. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day.
I love you.
Now my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Bill Sniffen with us. Bill was here earlier in the week when we talked about the passing of Dick Cheney, so it's like a bonus Bill week. Bill, our time is tight this morning, but we're happy to have you on. We got that guy up in Powell, the Hollywood producer. He's a line producer. He's working on a new movie, Reykjavik, and he's an interesting dude. And then we got an author on. It's a busy Friday.
You know what? I won't take too much of your time. I like being on here every Friday, and I appreciate the music that you use to intro me. Another one bites the dust.
It does sound like that, doesn't it? Another one.
Yeah, I think you're trying to tell me something, Jake.
No,
I know I'm your oldest guest, so
no.
I don't want to take that personally, but I know you have a staff of thousands, so they must have worked hard to find that. But anyway, it's good to be here. I won't be on here long. I'm anxious to hear your other guests, but yeah, it's an interesting time to be alive. I think this election in New York, my gosh, and
oh man,
and you were talking to those gals and about the future of education, and I'm the chairman of the board of the Wyoming Catholic College in Lander, and there's a great books curriculum, and it's truly an old-fashioned way to teach. They're teaching in what they call the classical tradition, and it's stunning how they teach civics, and they take away your cell phones, so you go to a college event and nobody's looking at their cell phone. Everybody is engaged in conversation, and it's loud and vibrant, and it's stunning. And I tell you what, we've really lost something with this, with what's happened in this country. And I think the pendulum is starting to swing back a little bit. But
I think it is. I don't want to blame it all and call it all on woke. I don't even know how to define woke, but let's just say, all this teaching and stuff that brought up a generation that got off track. And I do sense, like you say, Bill, a swing of the pendulum, a return to just put away the tech and to put away some off topic notion and get down to just basic stuff. Get back to the, basic learning, basic whatever. I feel it's happening. You see it at the Catholic College. I see it across the state, really.
Well, again, the college it's great books. It's based on the Western tradition with Western civilization, and
yeah,
I appreciated what those gals said. They use documents, and they recommend using documents rather than teaching from the teacher's opinion.
Yeah.
You teach from the Declaration of Independence, you teach from the Bill of Rights, you teach from Gettysburg Address, all of those things. But anyway, it's an interesting time. I'm going to recall something about, and then I'll let you go, Jake. But Wall Street Journal did a fabulous article here not very long ago, and it was about Gen Z. And I've got a whole bunch of grandkids that are Gen Z, but they were saying that this generation is so focused on their own comforts and their own, they just are. I mean, it isn't even their fault. I mean, it's just how they are. And they asked, a couple hundred people who hired people what they wanted out of their prospective employees. And as I recall, like two of the items were, one was focus and the other was like dedication to the mission, which is normal. I've hired a lot of people in my life, and that's exactly what I want. I want people who are focused. And so they rank those as like 1 and 2. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the article in front of me. Well, then they went and did, literally, there was like 20 or 30,000 of Gen Zs that they had interviewed all across the country. And I think one of those focus was like number 9, and dedication to the cause was like 11 out of 12.
Down the list.
They wanted to know, how much time do I get off? And what about my wellness and health? And oh my gosh, what about climate change? And I'm thinking, oh, good Lord, based on this article, we may be in trouble, Jake, but I will tell you this, based on my 13 grandchildren, we're in great shape. They're all wonderful. So what is it, the micro and the macro? I think when I look at my own grandkids, I feel pretty good about them. But when I read articles like that about the Gen Z across the board, like, oh shoot, we might be in trouble.
But you know what? Every generation, a lot of what shapes them and defines them is a pushback on the generation before them. They're trying not to be like their mom and dad. And that Gen Z generation watched boomer mom and dad dedicate their lives to making their kids' lives better by basically going to work. Like all you did, you worked for the man. You just worked so hard. I'm not going to be like that. I'm not going to work for the man. And they became somewhat of a selfish generation that would put this was me first because they didn't want to be like their mom and dad.
Well, I will say, in talking to my own grandkids, one of the things that is dismaying for the generation, which would be my children, is that they endured layoffs and unreasonable layoffs that my baby boomer generation really didn't. I wrote a column about baby boomers one time called "Born on Third Base and Thought We Hit a Triple." And we did. We were blessed. We had an unbelievable time of economic growth. But what isn't mentioned is the baby boomers had incredible work ethics. The baby boomers are doggone hard workers.
Mm-hmm.
But that 2 generations later, according to that Wall Street Journal study, maybe didn't get passed along. But I don't know. Luckily I don't have any employees now, Jake. So, and like I say, I know you have a cast of thousands there at this radio station. So I know you're dealing with employee problems all the time.
Yeah, I wish I could boss somebody around. I got one cat and he's sound asleep. I know it's and you can't blame these generations that we want to say, look, they don't have a work ethic, or they're really faced with challenges we weren't faced with, or older generations weren't. And it was attainable. Just a home. The American dream was attainable 30 years ago. You go work hard, buy the family station wagon, raise 2 kids, and buy your house. You can't do that. You can't do any of that anymore, honestly. Or Americans say they can't, and it's tough for the next generation.
It is tough, and I'm watching again. Luckily, my grandchildren have terrific work ethics, and but it is still it's interesting watching. One of my grandsons just lost his job, and it was he was working absolutely superbly well. I mean, I know he was doing well, but the economy is something, and all of a sudden, and I don't recall as a baby boomer ever running into that problem. But I don't know, Jake. You're right. They're different times, and we're also different people. Try to imagine being shaped by social media.
Yeah,
That's just stunning to me.
Right. Do life today with, the challenges that have always been there for our parents, our grandparents, any decade, any generation. We've had the same things like, you got to navigate an economy. You've got to do certain things, but try to do it now in this day and age of, social, of AI, of computer screens. Like, I mean, we've come along kicking and screaming, but, the next generation is completely immersed in it. And as we had an earlier guest on, they're the ones who are going to whip it into shape, I hope. So,
again, I may write a follow-up column to my Born on Third Base column and say it wasn't all peaches and cream. I mean, we had
right.
And we had the Vietnam War. I think I was paying 12% interest on my house loan. I mean, now it was a time of inflation. So a house that I bought for $16,000, 6 years later, I sold for $40,000. So I didn't care what the interest rate was because inflation was in place, but it was a different kind of time. But those are scary times. Oh my gosh, I remember being in debt. One time my banker, I went in and I had never done a financial done a financial statement, and I had quite a bit of life insurance. He said, "Bill, you're worth more dead than you are alive."
Boy!
I thought, oh boy! And then I remember one time I went home and bragged to my wife, "I'm a reverse millionaire," and she says, "Well, I think that's a good thing, but what are you talking about?" I said, "Well, we're in debt over $1 million." I said, so how do you do that? When we were buying newspapers all over the country back in those days, and I thought I was in debt $1 million. Man, I tell you,
You've reinvented, the reverse mortgage. Bill's a reverse millionaire. I can't wait till I die to make have all this money come in. Yeah. All right, Bill. Well, yeah. In the coming weeks, months, we're going to talk a lot about we're in an election cycle. It's already begun. We passed Election Tuesday, so countdown to a lot of elections that are going to mean a lot in Wyoming. We'll talk governor race and all that stuff in the coming weeks and months.
I love talking about that, and I think of myself as somewhat of an expert on some of that. But
good.
But also, you have Josh Dorrell. Josh coming on? Is he coming on today?
Yeah, Josh Dorrell will be on. Yep.
Dorrell, that's right. Say hello to him. He's a smart guy, and he's doing a good job. The business council, man, what a tough job they have. But they have a heck of a staff. Ron Goldberg, especially. Anyway, are we winding down, Jake?
Yeah, we got to wrap it up. We have Carl ready to come in.
Okay, you can play Another One Bites the Dust now, and I'll just sort of fade. I'll fade away.
I lost my another one. I don't know what I did with it.
Okay.
All right, Bill, have a great weekend.
You too, my friend.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Carl Beyer's on next. That's going to be fun. You don't want to miss this. He's a Hollywood filmmaker, line producer, and and he's from... Well, he spent a lot of time in little old Powell, Wyoming. We'll be right back with him after.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you, too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. We welcome in what I hope is the Cowboy State Daily Show's next hire, because we sorely need a line producer. We need an engineer. We need a lot of things, but this guy's way advanced. He's not going to work for us. He works in Hollywood. We're going to talk about the career of Carl Beyer, or is it Beyer?
That would be Beyer.
Carl Beyer. we learned about you through the story, such a good story, David Madison. And basically the story is Powell projectionist turned movie maker. You're doing, you're a line producer, basically the role in Hollywood, but your career is incredible. Beginning with, I don't know, should we go from the beginning forward or go from now backwards? How do you want to do it?
I'd let you lead the dance. I'm better at questions than answers.
Okay, roger that. Let's start. I love the beginning. You know, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been. I love the way you started in movies being a projectionist. That seems like it should be a requirement for any director, producer, anybody in movies is to be intimately familiar with movies, to smell the, what is it, celluloid? What is the film's made of?
Exactly. It was celluloid. Now it's just trying to smell the pixels. It doesn't really happen that way.
But I love the fact that you watched the movie maybe the first time, second time, and after that you watched people and you saw their reactions. What was it about a movie that made people laugh? What made them cry? What made them talk later after the movie? Like, what did they discuss? No better way to get that immediate feedback and become, someone who wanted to make those movies. That was, what a way to come up. I love that.
Yeah, I have to attribute a lot to my parents and the college culture that we had at the time. My father was a professor. My mother was a special ed teacher in that world. She raised us first and then became one after the kids sort of got out. There was always the influence. I remember my father at a young age, and even my grandfather taking me to movies when probably too young to be going to them. So I do remember that. So I was always exposed to it. That college definitely kept me in the arts. So it even starts prior to then. And I had never considered it until I got into high school as being a potential career. When I was being a projectionist, I was just really enjoying the movies. I wasn't thinking of it as a job. And it was because of it, though, that it became the job. It became that opportunity.
You were sponging it all up. You were there for the free popcorn, but little did you know you were getting instruction on your career. Now, at the family dinner table, what was the discussion regarding, you were exposed to movies and to culture and to stuff like that, but did you dialogue? Did you talk about movies, dissect them? Like what made this good? What was the plot? Like any of that or not necessarily?
Oh, absolutely. You've got two parents who are educators. They're going to ask you questions on a constant basis.
Yeah.
There was always a dialogue, a very favorable dialogue with my parents. And one of the things to know is it's probably illegal at this point, but I was subjected to all brands of films. I mean, I was 13 years old and I was projecting Apocalypse Now. So it's a heck of an experience to have that kind of a film burning into your mind at that point. And it's one of the films that leaves a deep impression on me.
Yeah, you were drinking out of a fire hydrant when it comes to film. You were taking in everything. It's like a multi-sport athlete now. You see this, football quarterback, and he's like, well, I played high school and baseball, and back in I played all sports back in high school. Yeah, that's interesting. So let's get you to college. You were looking at some schools. You figured you wanted some institutional learning, some college. You looked at NYU, but that's in New York. I hear you. I live there.
Stepping over the homeless. A really fantastic school. Never going to knock it. But boy, I couldn't do New York. Not coming from Powell, Wyoming. That's a tough one.
Right. And then there's UCLA, but their program required a lot of textbooks and less camera. And then Montana State University won out. How's that?
You know what? It was just one of those luck of the draws. We were looking at my father being a teacher had said sort of, he's like, you can do what you want with your life, but I really would like you to at least try and get a college degree. So it was pretty important for him, for one thing or another, to get that degree. And he's like, he had been doing a little bit of research, and he said, the MSU has got a film program. And they sound really hands-on, and gosh, we can afford it. I wasn't the best
That's
student
good.
in high school, so it wasn't as if I was getting a lot of government money there to go to school. So
We're talking to Carl Beyer, who navigated his way from Powell Panther. Did you graduate Powell? Is that when you were there?
I did.
Yeah,
I did all my schooling
Awesome.
in Powell. First through 12th. So
yeah, love Powell. Great community.
Yes.
So then college, and then you're starting to get an idea that I want to do this. This is going to be my career. What did you then zero in on any particular thing? There's a lot of things you can do in Hollywood. You can be an actor, you can be the guy behind the lens, you can be the guy who you can be. I have a friend who was a key grip. He built a bunch of sets for Spike Lee movies. Like, how did you zero in on what? Like, I like this.
Well, it's a couple of different stories there. The first story is a little advice if there's any younger viewers out there. Definitely, when you go to college, especially in the entertainment world, when you're a freshman, make friends with seniors. And that was the best advice I ever got. And making friends with all the advanced classmen, they went out and paid the dues. So when I came to Hollywood, I had a bunch of friends already who'd paid their dues and were able to open doors for me that I probably wouldn't have had if I hadn't made that effort. But I honestly went to college thinking that I was going to be a cameraman. I wanted to be a cinematographer. And it wasn't until my senior summer, I got a job on a movie that was shooting locally in Bozeman. And the job was, I was working as a grip, so helping out in the camera department. And the last day on set, I saw a guy come out onto set, true story, come out onto set, and he started screaming at the director. And nobody talks to the director, let alone screams at him. And he's yelling at him about schedule and time and how the day's got to get done. And he walks off set. And I turned to my boss, the cameraman, and I'm like, so who was that? And he's like, oh, well, that's one of the producers. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to be a cameraman anymore. I want to be a producer. I want to be able to yell at people. So that's the true story there.
Oh, my goodness. So what you did zero in on is sort of the guy who takes the friction out of those two roles, the line producer. The director has to be like the creative dude. He can't be worried about what does it cost to shoot this shot 50 times because this actor can't get it right. Then you got executive producers that got to go raise the extra money. Line producers tell all of them what is realistic. What can we do? What is it going to take to make this movie? That's a crucial role.
Yeah, I manage people's expectations. That's really what my job is that I'm like if you don't understand the movie business, I'm a contractor. If you understand construction, I'm the person who doesn't draw up your plans, and I'm not the person who goes to the bank and has a conversation with them. I'm purely the person who hires the crew and makes sure that the plans happen, but also make sure that the banks are happy.
And are you able to, I'm sure the first time you were in this role, you kind of built the airplane while it was flying, you learned on the job, but are you able now to take an idea, a script, and then a budget and say, yeah, we can make this movie in 4 months for this much, and I know what it's going to take. This is the timeline. We better be here by this date. Like, really? You can map all that out now?
And it's all, it sounds incredible, but it's all experience. It's like anything else.
Yeah.
It's being exposed to it. And, yes, it is a skill. It's a skill that I think is learned. So the people that are older in this position are much better off. They've seen a lot of things and done a lot of things, but, it's also not an old person sport. This business is, just to give you an idea, my average day is a 14-hour day. So, and that's truly at work, truly at focused. Our unions keep us limited to around 12, but I got to get there an hour before everybody shows up, and I got to call the studios at the end of the night and say, this is what happened, and keep everybody apprised. So I'll put in an easy 14-hour day before I drive home or before I drive to work. So I love my 6 hours of sleep. If I get that, It's a great week.
Careful what you wish for, college kids. We're talking to Carl Beyer. Let's get back to the trajectory of the career of Carl Beyer. Yes. It's Powell and then college, and then you get to Hollywood and you start. Tell me about some of the first films you got on. They had to be eye-opening experiences where you saw and you're like, wow, I am in the Hollywood machine now, which you described as fickle. Hollywood can be heartless. It can be the high of highs, low of lows. And what was your first impressions, your first movies, your first projects you were on? What did you do?
So I was, I landed in Hollywood, and again, because of my contacts that I had made in college, I worked a couple of music videos, like a Billy Idol music video and a couple of other things. Like those are the entry-level jobs when you get to Los Angeles, like the bottom of the bottom. And a friend of mine said, hey, this director lost his assistant. Do you want to, or his assistant's moving on, do you want to become his assistant? And with that, I became an assistant to a pretty big director at the time. I got really lucky with this job.
Nice.
And so my exposure to Hollywood for my first 2 years was, instead of being on set where I thought I was going to be, I was in an office watching the business side of filmmaking. Definitely the business side. But one of the things that happened with that is we had just finished, when I started to work for them, they had just finished a movie called La Bamba. And that was one of the first movies to break 100 million in the box office. And it broke it because of, partly it's a great movie, but also because it spoke to a specific ethnic group. The Hispanic community was dying for a story about one of their heroes. And so the night that we premiered the movie, the director called and said, do you want to come out with me? We're going to go to a screening. And I'm like, okay, let's go out to it. And we went to this movie theater out in what they call the Valley of Los Angeles, which is the more middle, lower income part of the city. And we went out to the Valley and we went to a definitely Hispanic movie theater, bought a couple of tickets, and we sat in the back row. And the director turned to me and said, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to watch the audience. Don't watch the movie. You've seen this movie. I want you to see how the audience reacts. And it was an incredibly favorable film. And so with that, it made it even more wonderful to watch people, standing and cheering in the middle of a movie theater. It was a fantastic experience for that. And that really solidified the experience that I'd had in college or in high school and I guess it was high school when I started working for Mercer.
Yeah, and you saw how the power of film to influence people directly. Absolutely. Like in 90 minutes, it can change a life, and you see what it does in a theater. Incredible. So let me ask you, Carl. Now all of a sudden you got a foot in the door in Hollywood in the industry you want to be in, but it's less storyboards, more Excel spreadsheet. Does that suit your skill set? Are you good at that?
No.
Uh-oh.
Shh, don't tell anyone. Let's hopefully this doesn't get seen by any of my bosses. No, everybody has a skill set that they're better at. I think that mine is that I'm really good with people, and I'm really good with, I'm not bad at numbers. Numbers are fine, and Excel spreadsheets are fine, but I'm better at like logistics. That I wouldn't say that I'm bad at money. I just don't. That it's not my love. Sitting down and looking at numbers day in and day out is not my love, and so I try and hire people that do that for me, that I trust, that can walk in and say, we've got a problem. We spent too much on camera gear. We're and I can see the future. That's my big thing, is seeing, okay, you know what? We're 3 days down the road and it's looking at the script. We've got a light day. I know that we can catch up. So I can fall behind today and catch up 2 days later.
Interesting. Now, I wasn't going to ask this, but I'm wondering if this is something Carl Beyer does. Is this something a line producer does? Let's say you're working on, and we're going to talk about Reykjavik in a moment, this movie coming up. But you're working on this movie, and you've got it kind of planned out how it's going to go beginning to end as far as the shooting schedule, and then something happens. A camera lens breaks and you can't shoot at this location. Can you pivot and say, well, let's go back and let's change location, shoot here, and you got to get everybody there. Like, you got to make sure this actor's not even in this scene. Let me make sure I can get everybody here in Albuquerque, and let's do for the next 3 weeks. Let's shoot these scenes.
That's the reason that I love this business so much, is that it is constantly a change. No matter what plan you lay, something's going to happen. I've literally had. I was producing a movie for the Daytona 500 many years ago, and one of our lead actors was a guy by the name of Dale Earnhardt, and we were shooting his race, and he passed away. We had, the movie still had to be made, and we had to pivot in the midst of all of it. I mean, that's the worst thing I've ever had to experience, but it's a constant thing. We've got rain today. What are we going to do? We've got, an actor doesn't show up because their car breaks down, or or the camera just breaks. This equipment is high technology, is going to have a high failure rate, and we're always battling the technical side of filmmaking. So yes, pivoting, I'm always have a plan B, always have a plan C. It drives my wife crazy. I'm like, oh, we're going to go into the grocery store, but if the grocery store doesn't work, honey, guess what we're going to do? We're going to go pick up gas first.
Yeah, this is how you've learned to think. Yeah. It's hard to get out of that mode.
Keep moving forward. That's the motto of it all. If you stop and think, then you've got a problem.
2 more things, Carl, and then we're going to see that little circle that burns in the corner of the film that lets you know the real change is coming up here in a minute. I wanted to talk about your brief foray into commercial. There comes a time when everybody who's in Hollywood, whether you're actor, director, whatever you're going to be, a cameraman, that the work dries up, or you're waiting tables, or you're shooting commercials. Lucrative business. You were doing that for a while, but good money, not necessarily a great reward. I don't know. Tell me about that. What was that like?
Commercials are fascinating. From a creative standpoint, you're trying to A, sell a product, and B, tell a story all in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And so that's a huge skill set. It is definitely a job. What I learned from that job was really client services. That's a job you really want to keep the boss happy on. And when I say the boss, I'm talking Coca-Cola, I'm talking General Motors. You want to make sure that their representatives are feeling that they're being taken care of. And that trickles down to the movie business now for me a lot, making sure everybody around me is happy. But it's a quick job. You're in and out in 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. The commercial's done. It's not the 6 months that a movie takes, or sometimes a year. So it's a different pace. You get to do a lot more. You get to do a lot of different things. And yeah, you do have in this business, it's a very fickle mistress. We've been very slow this year. The strikes didn't help. So yeah, it's you do have to be able to you have to constantly reinvent yourself.
Let me 2 more things. You mentioned being from Wyoming. Now, when you think about Wyoming or Montana, these western states where nobody lives, it can be a shelter life. For you, you had parents that help get you in the mindset of maybe a guy who would go into the movies. But you also noted that of all the characters you meet in the motion picture industry, you're going to meet egos, you're going to meet crazy, wild people. None weirder than ones you grew up with in Powell. You mentioned so many characters, and they got you ready for anybody that you might meet later. Very interesting people in Wyoming, huh?
It's fantastic people in Wyoming. It saddens me that I was never able to move back home. And I really wish that I had done that. I think that I do call a number. There's a number of characters in Wyoming, but by the equal amount, none of them were ever bad. I never had, they're truly bad people in Hollywood.
I imagine.
And I will always say that the people in Wyoming, as goofy as they weren't pulling a gun on me and telling me to get off their property, or, always warm and welcoming and always there if you had trouble. So it was, they let you be, which was wonderful.
Tell me about the new project, Reykjavik. David Madison in the story mentions as well the hypothetical nuclear attack of Chicago, the 18 minutes leading up to, a nuke being dropped on Chicago, House of Dynamite. I'm assuming you've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Is there any similarities? Tell me about your project, Reykjavik. What did you do? When's it out? What will people take from it?
So Reykjavik is a film about a meeting, and it's a very true story. It's about a meeting with Gorbachev and Reagan that happened in Reykjavik, Iceland. And when they went there, they went with the intention of talking about nuclear disarmament. Gorbachev was in trouble because of the meltdown at Chernobyl, and he was really scared. He'd seen the damage, and he really wanted to reduce it. And Ronald Reagan was up for it. Ronald also wanted to see if he could change the politics of Russia as well. That was their underlying motivation. And while they sat down, Gorbachev slipped and said, well, wouldn't it be wonderful if we just got rid of all nuclear weapons? True story, said that. And Reagan said, okay, let's talk about total global disarmament. And this is the story of the conversation these guys had over 3 days and how close we were to actually abandoning worldwide nuclear weapons and taking that pressure off the world that we exist. And now we're kind of slipping back into it again. So I think that the movie is pretty timely. Our relationship with China is kind of broken. Our relationship with Russia is kind of broken. A lot of saber rattling. We've got, people with different beliefs than ours that would like nothing more than to kick us in the huevos. So, there's a lot of threat of that. And I think this film really speaks well to the potential.
And that missed opportunity, you think, we were so close to, for that time, getting rid of nukes. I mean, sooner or later, there will be a nation that would, but there was an agreement that came out of it, capping how many we could throw at each other.
Exactly.
Very interesting. Is it out yet? Where's it going to be out? Is it a for theater release, or is this going to be on streaming? What are we doing?
The hope is, so this is what we call an independent movie. We don't really have strong studio ties. So mostly if you do a studio movie, they give you a commitment as to what they're going to do with the film.
Yeah.
And with this, we just took independent investors' monies and we went out and we made the movie. And now we are trying to find somebody to put it out there. We believe that there's a distributor for it. Well, we know there's a distributor for it. What their game plan is, we're currently negotiating. The hope with a film like this is we do theatrical. It's not going to be Back to the Future. We're not opening it up in every theater. Yeah. It's going to be smaller theaters, probably because it's that kind of a film. But then it will go definitely to the streaming services. And I would assume that either Apple or Amazon would probably pick it up. I'm not sure it's a Netflix project, but you never know.
Well, I can see from your success, Carl, that you're not going to be the Cowboy State Daily radio show's line producer. We'll get somebody else, but I do want to count you as like our go-to guy in the industry. You're the only guy we know that's working in the inside Hollywood. So we need to have you on again and talk about just all kinds of issues facing Hollywood today and the movie industry and shooting on location like in Wyoming. You got to get back to the Cowboy State, please.
Guys, there's great money for everybody if you can bring a Hollywood movie into town. It just makes everybody wealthy.
Yeah. Well, professionally or just for a weekend to go fly fishing, you got to get back here, man. Just for a little sanity. I appreciate you being on today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody in Wyoming.
Have a great weekend. We're coming right back with author Susanne Antonetta, and this is going to be exciting. You don't want to miss this. Coming right back with her after these.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back. It's a Friday. Susanne Antonetta joins us. Susanne has a new novel out. How many books have you authored now? By 6 or more?
11, and this is not a novel. It's actually nonfiction.
That's what I mean.
I only have one novel in my repertoire. It's
good distinction. We're talking about The Devil's Castle, and we're going to be talking about. It seems odd how these things work together to me until I started reading some of the book. Thanks for the advance copy, by the way. I got a little bit of reading done. The Devil's Castle, Nazi Eugenics, Euthanasia, and how that has that ripple effect of Nazi Germany. This is going into, if I'm correct, Susanne, you can tell me, but it's 1939. It's Nazi Germany. The Germans, before they start declaring war, before they start rounding up Jews, the whole intention of Nazi Germany is to create the Aryan race, to get rid of anyone who's not quite up to snuff in their mind. And we're going to talk about the ripple effects of what they were doing in 1939 with euthanasia and how that still is prevalent in today's psychiatric care. It's incredible. The book is fantastic. It dropped on September 23rd. Look for that. The Devil's Castle, Nazi Eugenics, Euthanasia, How Psychiatry's Troubled History Reverberates Today. Let's start with just how you even thought about this book, how you even thought it would be a story, and then we'll get into the researching of it, which had to be very challenging. But how did this even get on your plate, Susanne?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm so delighted to be here, and I love your hat.
Oh, thank you.
I wish everyone else could see it. Thank you for that. Yes, this book was actually, it felt to me like I was constantly kind of pulling threads out of the yarn. And the first thread was when I read a book that by Paul Schraber, who had been hospitalized in an institution called Sonnenstein in Germany. And there was a footnote saying that Sonnenstein had later had a gas chamber. And I just thought, whoa, how is this a footnote? I didn't know. In 1939, Nazi Germany began gassing, and they invented gas chambers in order to do this. The first gas chambers used on human beings. They had already been being used on animals. They developed these for neuropsychiatric patients, particularly anyone with schizophrenia, with what they called imbecility, but probably would mostly fit under our category of autism. And that was actually how they came to be used. And as they began what they called the selection process, if you would get 2 minutes kind of being looked over quickly by a doctor to say yay or nay, this person should be disposed of. But if you were Jewish, you were automatically disposed of from the beginning of this program. So it was the first program that targeted Jews. But it targeted Jews by declaring that they were much more likely to be mentally ill, and they spread mental illness through the population, as distinguished from Aryans, who were, according to Nazi thinking, less likely.
Yeah, so this wasn't so much that a God they believed in. This really traces back to what humans were considered deficient in some way. And you mentioned some of the ways. And if you were deficient, you were headed to the T4 gas chambers. It is just barbaric what led into the Holocaust. Now, you mentioned Schreiber. There's also, you tell this story through two historical characters. Who's the other one? Dorothea
Buck, yes. And she was a bit later historically than Schreiber. She actually died in 2019, which is when I found her. But she was sterilized at the age of 19 under the Nazi hereditary disease law because she was diagnosed with schizophrenia. One of her symptoms at 19, when she was having what people felt were psychotic visions, was that Hitler's war was going to be monstrous and needed to be stopped. This was 1936, and no one believed her.
Oh, wow. She saw it coming. I want you to mention, we can't talk about any of this without getting into the thinking of what Germans were thinking, Nazi Germany, those leading this movement. So that gets us to Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM. What is the DSM? Who came up with it? And why was that the Bible of what they were working off of in the 1930s and 40s?
Well, the DSM existed in the United States, but prior to around 1980, it was extremely unimportant. It was a spiral-bound little like student notebooky thing. And then a group of doctors here got a hold of it and went back to Germany and astonishingly looked at Emil Kraepelin, the German doctor who had not just been a eugenicist and anti-Semite, but who trained most of the Nazi doctors. And they said, we want to learn from him. And they imported Kraepelin's thinking that mental illness is actually just biological brain disease, it's malfunction, it's chemistry. And they overhauled the DSM in the United States. And now you can't prescribe and you can't get insurance reimbursement unless you use it. So it's absolutely the beating heart of our psychiatric system. But it was based on the work of a eugenicist. And his work was not designed, and Kraepelin wrote about this, we don't have to guess. It was not designed on helping people. It was designed to create systems of value.
I want to
Who is worth saving?
Yeah, I want to talk about how the implications today, why there's reason to be hopeful also. But first, just a couple of more questions about the book. Susanne Antonetta, she's the author of The Devil's Castle. That's what we're talking about. How difficult was it to research this? Because you talked about unraveling yet another layer of the onion as you went. Probably a lot of these documents were in German. I don't know if you speak German. And how long did this take, Susanne, to get to somewhere where you like, I'm ready to write instead of read?
Yes. Jake, I always love it when somebody asks me that question and realizes it is work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. I did learn to read German. I did learn to speak and read German over the last 7 years. I'm not a great language learner, but yes, I can read German now. And it took about 7 or 8 years. It took multiple trips to Germany. I created a lot of correspondences with people who had known Dorothea Buck in her lifetime and actually got to meet and interview many of them, and went to the facilities. I went to the gas chamber at Sonnenstein. So yes, it was quite a bit of work. And because most of what we know about the war comes from things like the Nuremberg trials and the trial of Adolf Eichmann, one of the things the Allies and Soviets decided was that they were not going to prosecute cases that didn't involve non-Germans. Therefore, T4 languished because it did involve mostly Germans. So there wasn't that body of research, there wasn't that evidentiary record. There was really only one man who put together what happened, trying to prosecute it. His name was Fritz Beyer. He was a German Jew who fled the country, was in a concentration camp, and returned to prosecute Nazis. He was an extraordinary man, and he did put together a file on T4 so that he could try prosecuting the doctors.
We're talking to Susanne Antonetta, and just about out of time, Susanne. I want to get one more thing. I want to bring us into modern day. In this book that we're talking about, and I urge everybody to get out there and click and buy it, get it now, The Devil's Castle. In this book, you confront the darkest chapters of psychiatric history. Just brings the question in any age, back then, now, what constitutes madness? Who decides if you're, if you're worthy to live in society or you're headed to the T4 gas chamber? I mean, Nazi Germany thought that they could play God in that area. How does any of this reverberate today? Psychiatry today, what people reading the book, who should get the book? Anyone who is interested in psychiatric care should read this book. What can we learn today? And what do you have in the book that's a positive note or something happening in psychiatry care today?
I go through so many things, the moral treatment, or in our much more contemporary in this country, soteria treatment. Dorothea Buck created a treatment for people with mental distress, and it worked. It was mostly non-reliant on medication. So one of the things we can learn is that there is no real evidence that biologically our brains create traits and states. And it's very contingent. If Buck had had a vision in 1942 of the war, no one would have hauled her off to a doctor. They would have just said, yes, absolutely, that's what happened, or that's what's happening. So these are often very contingent things. We see a lot of women way after the war with lobotomy and shock treatment, women who were depressed, women who were abused, getting these really excessive treatments for what were life situations. And I think we're still very much in that thinking that something's wrong with the brain, we need to attack the brain, we need to change it, rather than we need to look at things very holistically, look at people's needs, look at their triggers, which is what Dorothea Buck did, was figure out how to keep people from getting into the worst place before it happened. And we can do that. We can do so much better.
Well, we certainly come a long way from 1930s, 40s Nazi Germany, but still work to be done. It's fascinating stuff. The Devil's Castle, it's Counterpoint Press. That came out on September 23rd. And Susanne, where can we get it? Amazon, everywhere, right?
Amazon and everywhere, sure. Absolutely. Your local bookstore. It's really very widely available. But, of course, Amazon's always there if you need it.
It's easy. It's the evil
easy,
empire,
absolutely.
But it's easy.
Yes.
Thanks, Susanne, for coming on today. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much for having me.
You bet. That's Susanne Antonetta, the author of The Devil's Castle. Fascinating reading. We got to bust out of here for top of the hour news. See you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A California woman moved to Wyoming to escape imperious politics, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Venus Bontadelli is suing the town of Powell after being denied a permit to keep her pet pygmy goat.
According to the complaint, it's a due process issue. The town says you can't have exotic pets or wild pets unless you get a permit. State law says goats are livestock. And so the city was like, no. And she's saying, this is arbitrary because what's the point of the permit if I can't get around what the rules say? Like, what's the point of having to apply for a special permit if I can't get around what the rules say? And so her lawsuit calls that denial arbitrary. It claims it's not based on good legal reasoning, therefore a violation of her due process rights, which are under the 14th Amendment.
Montedelli is asking the U.S. District Court of Wyoming to declare the town's denial of her exotic pet permit unconstitutional and to have the town pay her $1 in nominal damages along with attorney's fees. Though a lightning rod for controversy, Dick Cheney was for years a celebrated Wyomingite. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports how Senator John Barrasso lauded the man's legacy, while Wyoming's other delegates and the president were more measured about Cheney's death.
Senator John Barrasso is one of few Republicans to come out and honor Dick Cheney in the wake of his passing earlier this week. Barrasso and Cheney have a complex relationship stemming back to when Barrasso was originally appointed to the Senate in 2007, and he was actually confirmed then by Cheney, who was vice president. Throughout the years, Cheney and Barrasso worked together on legislative priorities, but their relationship began to deteriorate towards the end of the Biden administration when Dick Cheney and his daughter, the former Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney, spoke out against Donald Trump towards the end of the Biden administration. Barrasso was originally hesitant to speak out against them, but did eventually release a statement condemning that decision by the two.
When Cheney became the nation's youngest presidential chief of staff at the age of 34, Barrasso had just graduated from Georgetown University with a bachelor's degree in biology. Their Washington careers wouldn't overlap until 2007 when Barrasso was appointed to fill a vacancy left by the late Wyoming Senator Craig Thomas, who had died in office of leukemia. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. And help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. For years, Japan has had a problem with bear attacks, but lately it's gotten so bad the military's been deployed to help protect people from getting mauled and killed. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports why Japan is using their military.
The reason is Japan doesn't really have, like, we've got the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and these agencies like that. Japan really doesn't have that. So if local officials, if municipal officials were getting overwhelmed by bear attacks or bear problems, if there's no wildlife agency to call in, they need boots on the ground. It makes sense that they would call the military to do that. So that's why, as far as why there's bear attacks, unbeknownst to a lot of people, Japan actually has quite a robust population of bears, both black bears and brown bears.
For reference, Japan's brown bears are essentially the same species as Wyoming's grizzlies. The Weston County Clerk has been formally charged with the crime of dodging a legislative subpoena during a subcommittee's investigation of her handling of the 2024 election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Becky Jo Hadlock reportedly told an investigator she had other appointments that day.
And this is a tricky beast because it's one of those really splashy areas where politics and crime intersect. So the Management Audit Committee subpoenaed her to give an account of the 2024 election. She did not show. And at that point, the law says the chairman of the committee shall turn her in. So as soon as she didn't show, the chairman had no choice, essentially, under this law. It also says that he shall apply for a court order to make her appear.
Hadlock could face up to 6 months in jail and $100 in fines if convicted of failure to appear. However, she could also face lesser penalties, including a deferral or probation if convicted. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show Friday. Mac Watson is here, and that's always a good thing, Mac.
Well, you mean it's always a good thing that I'm here, or it's always a good thing when it's Friday?
I'll take both.
Yeah, those aren't two mutually exclusive ideas, my friend. You're right.
It's like Pavlov's dog. Every time I see you, I think of the weekend.
That's right. Weekend's right around the corner, yeah.
Back, it's Friday. You will have to subpoena me to get me to show up tomorrow morning and do a show.
Yeah, there you go. I understand that. Ooh.
What's happening in, where are you? You're in Cody.
Cody, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, here's my favorite thing about this show and about Cowboy State Daily, the news, Cowboy State Daily, the radio show, Cowboy State Daily, everything. My favorite thing is, while we are Wyoming centric and we try to bring you stories of your state like nobody else does, look at what we've covered already in this morning's show. And I'll just give you, for instance, you folks in Powell, right down the road from you. How many people live in Powell? Like 8,000, 10,000? It's not a huge.
No, it's about 5 or 6. Cody's over 10. So Powell's about half the amount of us. But yeah, it's a great town.
Little old Powell, Wyoming factors into 2 stories that couldn't be more different today. The woman that wants to just keep her teacup little goat, that pygmy goat, yeah. And has sue this town council to keep this goat. And then the guy who grew up in Powell, he went from projectionist. He was the guy you saw at the movie theater, or the guy you didn't see. You only knew him when he didn't change the reel. You're like, hey, what's going on up there?
Right.
And he's now like a pretty big guy in Hollywood. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And those 2 stories out of Powell, Wyoming, just today, like
very
crazy.
True.
Very true. That. I love when that happens.
Yeah, especially when you know that they're nice people. They couldn't have been nicer. I mean, and I don't know about the pygmy goat woman. I'm just talking about the director guy and the videographer guy. But yeah, when you find out that there's a woman in Cody, or from Cody, named Hannah Barefoot, who went to Hollywood and has been in all these Lifetime Hallmark movies. She's going to film a movie here in Cody about Christmas in Cody. I mean, just stuff like that. You're like, wow.
Can you help us get Hannah? Because I've reached out and maybe I got a wrong email. I need Hannah on the show.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
I want Hannah Barefoot.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, that's
in fact,
incredible.
I interviewed her last year, and she brought a producer and brought another person that was helping on the film. And I dropped a not so subtle hint that I said, if you need some kind of washed up radio guy role in your film, if there's that role, I'm your guy.
So, look at you. Shameless.
Oh, shameless. But you bring up a great point, Jake. How many people from Wyoming are movers and shakers elsewhere? And you cannot have this conversation without Dick Cheney. The passing of Dick Cheney, very sad. I mean, the guy was in his 80s, He was the chief of staff for a president at 34. 34.
Right.
He got in this group of people, this cadre of people, Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, some others, that all started around the time of Nixon. They weren't involved in Watergate. Don't get me wrong. They weren't involved in Watergate, but the Gerald Ford administration, and then George W. Bush brings them back in 2000, and then 9/11 happens. 9/11 happens, and I'm telling you, as I'm sitting here, if Dick Cheney wasn't there, the reaction to 9/11, I think, would have been totally different. The resolve of the United States would have been totally different. We would have been on a different path if Dick Cheney wasn't vice president. He is, without a doubt, the most influential and had the most influence of an administration in United States history.
Yeah.
And from Wyoming.
And
from
world
Wyoming.
history.
Go
Yeah.
figure.
We may never know what what's the Christmas movie where the dude gets to figure out the world if he wasn't in it?
It's a Wonderful Life?
Yeah.
Jimmy Stewart?
Yeah. What if there was no Dick Cheney? What would have happened? 9/11.
Right.
It could be a totally different future we're living in right now. He was huge. He's definitely
Right.
huge.
And Saddam Hussein might still be in power.
Yeah.
I mean,
Could be a whole different
there may
world.
be these dictators that were still in power if it weren't for Dick Cheney. Now I know there are some people that say he was a warmonger and a horrible human being and blah, blah, blah. But again, it is amazing to me. And I've got personal insight because my mother-in-law was friends with Lynn in high school and lived down the street from her. And so when Dick Cheney emerged as this force, my mother-in-law would say, that guy in high school. Because remember, Dick Cheney, in his younger years, was not the ramrod straight, we're going to do this kind of guy. Lynn was the one that said, hey, get your act together.
Dick Cheney.
And you can do great things, but you've got to get your act together if I'm going to marry you.
Dick Cheney is the 2 DUIs back to back, flunked out of Yale and on the wrong road, man.
Yep.
And
Lynn
Lynn
was the one who said, get your stuff together or we're not getting married.
Yeah, incredible story. And again, a Wyoming story. So when you just have in idea space, you're saying, well, what if we did a news agency that's going to tell the news of Wyoming and we're going to pump out 10, 12 stories a day about just Wyoming. Then we're going to have a radio show 4 hours a day to talk about just why. Is there going to be enough material? Yeah.
There is.
We talked about Powell today twice. We talked about Dick Cheney. Yes, Wyoming is a player in the country, the world, and everything comes back to Wyoming. Everything is like 3 degrees separated.
And I don't want to get too in the weeds here. I don't want to get into some doctoral dissertation, but the thing that really impressed me about Cowboys, and I found Cowboy State Daily when I was living in Arizona. My wife, who's from Cody, found Cowboy State Daily and was just like, hey, this is really cool. I can keep up with what's going on, and so I started reading it. And what impressed me, it wasn't a press release. They just don't do press releases. They get inside a story. And one great example is the John Barrasso story. John Barrasso goes on the floor after the death of Dick Cheney and gives this very eloquent and historical perspective. No other Republican is doing that right now. Not even the president is giving Dick Cheney his due.
No.
John Barrasso, who graduated from Georgetown when Dick Cheney was chief of staff back in the Ford administration, and then those two lives converge in 2007 when Dick Cheney swears in John Barrasso. And John Barrasso and they were at odds. They were at odds for a long time over stuff, especially Donald Trump's first presidency. He goes on the floor and says these eloquent things. Nobody else is covering that. People look at that on C-SPAN and go, oh, geez, another senator talking about somebody I really don't know. Nope, Cowboy State Daily covered it. We gave you the perspective. You're not going to find that anywhere else.
Yeah, and not only did we cover it, John Barrasso gave those memorances, those recollections of Dick Cheney to Cowboy State Daily show. First, he did it in his pajamas on our show, then put on a suit and tie and did it in front of the nation. We had him first. So cool. Not to blow our own horn, but
right. And then again, we've got a wonderful reporter out in D.C., Sean Barry.
He's good.
He's really good, and he's wonky as whatever. And that's great for us because he gives you insight you will never get anywhere else. He comes on, or he doesn't come on. I talked to him about Cynthia Lummis, the senator, junior senator, and John Barrasso, who basically told Trump, hey, pump the brakes on this rule change because this will alter forever how we actually get stuff done in D.C. I know you want the shutdown over President Trump, but if you do this, then this, and this will happen. That was Cynthia Lummis and John Barrasso.
Yeah, and what Mac's talking about is President Trump said the way to stop the shutdown is to go nuke and just do a simple majority in the Senate and take out the filibuster. And, surprisingly, you're right, Sean Barry reports that our guys, our Wyoming senators, Lummis and Barrasso, kind of stepped out of the Trump fold and said, no, President, that might be a short-term solution. But think about a time when the Democrats are in power and we want to use filibusters and do stuff like that. Like, that's not going to work in the long term.
And Sean brought something up to me that I never would have even thought about. He said, if John Barrasso and Lummis say the Democrats can use this later, and you're thinking, wow, they could get Puerto Rico and DC statehood. Why would they want to do that? To have more Democratic representatives in Congress. I mean, I was like, I would have never put those two things together.
Me neither.
Never.
Me
I mean,
neither.
again, it's the perspective. It's just so great. So great. We're very fortunate to live in this state, and we're very fortunate to have people who cover this state as well as they do. They really do.
And I think,
why you and I have jobs, I don't know.
Seriously. And why Sean Barry isn't writing for CNN or somebody like super important? He's good, man. He's really good.
He really is.
Yeah. What else is happening?
That game last night, that was
ugly. Oh,
that was ugly and unnecessary. That's what worried me. Remember a week ago, I said Broncos are for real.
Yeah.
Then they almost laid an egg. Now we got the win. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But the way we won that game was ugly. And I mean, like calling your baby ugly.
Mac, it was hard to watch that game.
Yeah.
In the end, Bo Nix's numbers were almost worse than Geno Smith. Oakland almost beat the Broncos. Like, really?
Right. And again, and I think we talked about it last week. Again, it's playing to your competition. You cannot do that. Don't play to your competition. Just play your game. Play your game. Play it the way you're supposed to play it. Don't get these, they just put a smackdown on the Chiefs. The Raiders almost beat you? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
It shouldn't be. And you're right. The Broncos, with a coach that knows better, knows that he's got to give a Newt Rockne speech even before an Oakland Raider game. Yet they fell into that trap. And honestly, the Bronco organization should give the money back for every fan that went to that game in Denver, because that was not a professional National Football League game.
Right.
That was.
It reminds me of like a wedding that is taken over by a bridezilla. That you're like, okay, we're here. Okay, wow, I didn't choose that color, or whoa, I didn't think that would happen at the reception.
I mean,
that's the kind of stuff that was the game last night. It's like, why Bo Nix gets picked how many times?
Twice. He threw 2 picks and an interception. Geno threw one. He threw 2 interceptions and a touchdown.
Yeah,
Geno actually had a better quarterback rating playing on one leg. He was hurt half that game.
I know.
It was bad. It was bad. They sucked all the fun out of football last night.
They did.
But it's the jinx of that Thursday night game on Prime. Those games are always bad.
Right.
Ugh.
You never know who's going to show up on Thursday night.
Yeah.
You really don't. Also, before I got to run, because I know you've got other guests coming on, and that's why everybody should watch you and listen to you for all 4 hours. Anyway, Y. is not in the hole for $400 million. $600 million? They're in the hole for $600 million. I don't know if you're from New York and you've lived in other states. We are very fortunate to have the roads we do and the engineers we do, and that remember that landslide in Jackson last year that was fixed like that.
Yeah.
How did you get $600 million in the hole? And there's no easy solution to fix this. And so what are we stuck with? Well, do we have enough salt for the winter for the trucks? Do we have enough drivers in case we get walloped by a Wyoming winter? YDOT will say, yes, we got it covered. But how much do you go in the hole before you got to go, whoa, we got to fix this?
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
And we're a state that needs our roads because we drive. That's all we do here is drive to get to everywhere. But yeah, it's aging infrastructure. You got 2,000 bridges that were built who knows how long ago. You got road maintenance for roads that were built how long ago. So you can't, basically what YDOT is saying, Darren Westby, is we can't take on anything new. If you have this a highway expansion or a new highway here, we can only take care of what we got now, and we can't even do that.
Right. Yeah. And that means that you can't grow. And so if you want to put a new, a great new road on the I-80 to go around something, you can't do it. Or my goodness, if we couldn't have fixed the Green River Tunnel and redone all that, Green River would still be, Main Street would still be a highway.
Trucks going through. I know.
Right.
And the solution is money, and money is not coming from a toll road because nobody wants toll roads.
But nobody wants to raise taxes
and
either.
Nobody wants taxes at the pump, the gas pump up. So
So what do you do? Where do you use the rainy day fund? Because this governor is very, very reticent in using any money from the rainy day fund. I mean, he won't touch it. So where do you get it from?
You're going to have to cloud source it. GoFundMe campaign for YDOT.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Help Wyoming keep its roads.
We're going to pass the hat, man. You want to drive? Here, kick in. All right, Mac, we fixed that.
Okay, yeah.
Let's move to the weekend. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too, man.
All right. Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily Show. We got, where are we going next? Oh, yeah, Wyoming Business Council. They just did a statewide research poll report, and they have the results. Josh will share with us right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. this place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show Friday. Josh Dorrell's with us, Wyoming Business Council CEO. And Josh, I'm sure we're going to be talking about business. We're going to be talking about really this third-party research firm and a recently conducted poll. Wyoming voters were asked various questions on economic conditions. Some positive stuff came out of that. Development priorities, community growth. There were areas of concern. Many Wyomingites are concerned about stuff, cost of living, housing, tax increase, stuff like that. But there was some findings that found, cautious optimism, support for local action, and a desire to keep our kids here. Youth, we keep seeing the escape, what do you call it? The exodus of our greatest minds, we rear them here, we teach them Wyoming values and school them up, and then they go to another state with all that great knowledge. We got to keep them here. We got a lot of things we got to work about, and you're going to talk about the results of this. First off, Josh, thanks for being on. And why did you think to do this study? I mean, you're constantly wanting feedback. You got your finger on the pulse. When did the study start? Why did it start? What happened? How did you get this going?
Hey, thanks, Jake, and thanks for having me on. We're looking forward to this discussion. Already, you've kind of laid out a lot of the things that we experienced, but I might take a quick step back, if you don't mind, and just sort of take a look at the way we view economic development and the way we view growth in our economy in Wyoming. And one of the things that we noticed, 5 or 6 years ago, was that at the local level, we really have to focus in and think about, do we want to grow? Because as we were working in communities, there would be a tendency for people to say, gosh, we're not really sure that we want growth. And we would hear people say, well, we want growth, but other people don't want growth. And so this is it's a bottleneck to growth opportunities, and it's a bottleneck for Wyoming. So we said, well, we should think about this. And so as that came up more and more over the last few years, we really decided, well, let's find out if this is real or if this is a myth, because the idea that Wyoming doesn't want to grow, it's something we all say. I even say it from time to time. I'm like, gosh, people don't want to grow. And then I thought, well, wait a second, that we should take that as a hypothesis and find out what the data says. And so as a bunch of scientists around here, we said, well, okay, that's a hypothesis. How can we prove that out? And so we set out to either prove it right or prove it wrong. We really wanted to understand, because if no one in Wyoming wants growth, well, gosh, we probably shouldn't be doing what we're doing, right? And so what we found, though, is that it's pretty overwhelming that people want growth in Wyoming. It's pretty the data that we have, this poll that we ran in September, 514 registered voters across the state. And what we found is that people by and large want growth, and they don't just want growth and only the good things. They recognize that there are going to be some downfalls to growth, and we're going to accept those in order to have the growth that we want. And as you mentioned, and I think you said it really well, this idea that we raise great kids in Wyoming, we educate the heck out of them, we teach them all kinds of stuff, and then we ship them off. And like you said, we do that. We actually do that twice as much as the national average. And the boomerang idea doesn't actually happen that often as well. Only about 42% of our population was born in Wyoming. And so most of our population are people who are born from other places, that's not a bad thing. We should encourage that, but we also need to provide opportunities for Wyomingites. And so when we did this polling, again, from a scientific point of view, we wanted to see how people felt. And we wanted to make sure that the things we were doing were going to hit the mark. And so we could dive down into some of those specifics. Jake, the other reason that we did this, and I think this is probably something that you have a feel for maybe better than anybody with all the folks you talk to, is that our leaders need to understand what people want. And our leaders need to understand, do people want growth so that they can set up the right investments and policies for our future? Or do people want to continue that economic decline and just manage it on the way down? Because they are making decisions that affect us long term, and they need that. And so one of the other elements of this is to provide the legislature, the governor, with information that's going to help them make the best decision when it comes to policy and investments for the state.
Which is the whole reason, the whole mission statement, I would think, for WBC, Wyoming Business Council. Someone who's the go-between, who informs elected, who informs leadership. Here's what the people are saying. Here's what they want. Josh, I love the fact that you didn't start with any preconceived notions when it came to the poll. You didn't say, let's see how Wyomingites want to grow, what areas. Well, you started right from the base, like, let's see if they want to grow at all. Let's start with a basic question. We're not going to pretend we know the answers to anything. And because we do hear a lot of the evils of growth, and I'm sitting in the growth center of Wyoming and Jackson, we see the downsides to growth can be overcrowding, pressure on your infrastructure, greed, crime, whatever. Growth brings those things. But growth also, if you ask, somebody intensely, parents of a kid, and that kid growing up is thinking about college, and his employment options in a small town are, I can clean the shoes at the bowling alley or go work at the McDonald's. Like, those are my choices. So there has to be opportunity, there has to be growth, but it has to be, like everybody says, smart growth. What are some of the things you found out in this study? I'm interested to dig into it.
Yeah, let me jump in at a few of the things that we felt like were pretty strong signals. I'm gonna tackle a few of these just really quickly. So first of all, one of the things that we think is pretty interesting is that 73% of the people that were polled and those voters, they support a future where more people and businesses move in, bringing new jobs and services and opportunities, despite the challenges that may arise. So 73% of voters. I think that's a really good sign that people realize that growth isn't going to come with no cost. And there's a support for growth even with those costs. And I think it comes down to, Jake and you, again, we're sort of talking about this. It comes down to this idea that we're not, one, we can't have our cake and eat it too. And two, we're not going to make changes that don't cause other problems. And I think that's really important. And it comes back to whether we want our kids to have opportunities in Wyoming. And so a few other things that I think are really interesting. So that was support for economic growth, a pretty good portion, 73%. Almost that same amount, over 2/3 said they support growing their local population to support new economic opportunities and businesses. So again, population growth is something that a lot of people would say, Wyoming doesn't want to grow. That's not right. We want to stay the same or get a little bit smaller even. But 2/3 say that growing the population to support new economic opportunities and businesses is key. The other thing that I thought was really interesting is that 79% of the respondents actually favored their local town or county taking decisive action to grow jobs and expand the economy. Now, to me, that's saying, yeah, we want this to happen, and we're expecting our community to take action. Okay, 8 out of 10. That's big. And then I'll just keep ratcheting it up to the next level, which is youth retention. And this is not going to be shocking to anyone, but 9 out of 10 people feel that it's extremely important for the local government to invest in programs that help retain or attract young people and recent graduates. So, think about that. 90% believe it's important for local government to invest in programs that help retain or attract young people and recent graduates. To me, that's pretty clear that, one, we acknowledge we have a problem, and two, we think that we're not going to handle it just on our own. It's going to take the local government, the state government to plug in.
Yeah. I'm not surprised at the 90%. Some of those other findings are interesting. Let's go back to the first one. Let's go back on that topic of those who say we do need to we do need to grow. Did you ask, like, in what sectors did you get specific? Because job opportunities, industry opportunities for career professionals, I think Wyoming, we keep hearing how we need to be diversified, and we're going in a lot of directions. The energy industry under Trump looks like it's revitalized. We're hearing about all this tech and AI and how Wyoming wants to be on the forefront of crypto, and we're going in a lot of different directions. All that's good. Diversification with the economy is good. Did you find that in the study?
So not yet, and the only reason we didn't find anything is because we just didn't ask that level of detail yet.
Yeah,
we do think that we'll be doing future polling. This sort of opened the doors to understand what's going on, and then we're going to start to dive into some of those things. And you mentioned diversification, and diversification is a tool that will help our economy be a little bit more stable over time and hopefully grow over time. But diversification just for diversification's sake, like that's maybe that it is what it is. It's an and. I think we should work on the things that we're so good at. I mean, and energy is who we are, right? Like we have energy, tourism, agriculture. Those are who we are. So let's not throw those out. Let's work on those and bring in other things that complement those. I think that's the key. And so when you think about the data center movement, the AI, crypto, all of those things, that's going to require energy. It's going to require a place where there is cool climate, so that cooling loads is a little bit less. It's going to require maybe not as many people as a large manufacturing plant might today. And so a lot of those things we're set up really well for. And so that complements what we're already good at. I think the energy as a whole, and as you mentioned, President Trump's moves in trying to create energy dominance in the world, I think it's an important move. And I think, again, we have a lot of that stuff in the ground already. We have a lot of stuff built on the ground that can help power the nation. And I think what we've got to do is say, let's continue to grow that and take that and strategy. It's our traditional things and it's some of these new things, like playing in the nuclear space.
Yeah. We're talking to the CEO of Wyoming Business Council, Josh Dorrell. We're talking about macro stuff. Some of the things that this third-party research firm poll indicated was a micro thing. You had people saying that we also need to be local. It's one thing for Wyoming Business Council, for you, Josh, to be in the governor's ear and saying the statewide, we should do these initiatives. We want that. What about just people are very focused on their own community, perhaps a vibrant Main Street. Like, what can you do? What can any of us do to start grassroots, start in this community, that community?
Yeah. Well, and as you mentioned, a lot of our questions were around local government and local your community. How can your community help? We kind of look at it in multiple levels, Jake, because you're right. The economy is a pretty nebulous term. It's a little bit esoteric. It's hard to kind of wrap our head around because everything's there and not one specific thing. But we look at it from a state perspective. Where are we making policy and investments at a state level? But then also at a local level, where are you making investments and what policies do you have that encourage business growth and encourage growth in your community? We've been working closely at a local level because one, we feel strongly about local control. And the other thing that we really feel strongly about is that each individual community or region can have its own flavor, its own design on how they want to be. And we want to encourage that through looking at your regulations and the policies that you have as a community. Do they encourage growth? Do they discourage growth? Looking at your fiscal system at a local level. Are you utilizing all of the revenue tools that you have or tax tools that you have so that you have the money to grow? We strongly believe that at a local level, if you're strong, and then the state can come in and be a partner, maybe not the majority partner, but a partner. In the long run, that makes more sense because then you control your own destiny. We like to say local control, Jake, but you know as well as I do, whoever has the purse strings probably has control. And so I think what we're trying to do is at a local level, one, understand, do people want this? They've said that they do. They want to take control at a local level. And then two, our job is to go in and say, okay, well, what's stopping you? What tools do you need? What tools do you have that you're not using? And how can we help you utilize them? We have some really good programs that work at a local level. We have one called Assessment to Action, or A to A. And that is it's a process of understanding what are your barriers to growth? How do we build a team to solve that problem? And do it at the local level. If you can be at the grassroots and the local level and be strong, the state's going to automatically be strong. And that's the way we see it.
Josh, it's probably hard enough for Wyoming Business Council to do what it does statewide, but what is your ability to meet every community in Wyoming? There are a lot of them where they are. Like, this uniquely works for you. It's not cookie cutter Wyoming. Many you found 2/3 want local action. How can Wyoming Business Council be everywhere all at once and fit a program specifically for you, 10 sleep or whatever it happens to be?
Right. Yeah. Well, the short answer is we can't. We'll probably never be able to do that, to be all things to all people right now. However, what we want to do is we want to engage when people are, when they feel like they have the energy, when they've got a group together that feels like they can make some movement. We want to be there to provide the know-how, the tools, the process, so that people can repeat it. And I think that that's really what we want to leave behind, is we don't want to leave behind the fact that we have to be there. We want to leave behind the skills and the people and the momentum so that it can happen on its own. Because you're right. One, I don't ever want our agency to be that big. I think that government should be as big as it needs to be and no bigger. But I also feel like we should be, again, working with communities to help them have the skills. So we do, as I mentioned, Assessment to Action, which is a program that we do in communities. It's a program that takes time. It's a program where you're going to have to commit and do the work, but we're going to guide you through that so that you can then, again, do it on your own. We do what's called Building State Capabilities, which is a similar type of program where we tackle really big topics at a local level. And then we have what's called the Wyoming Academy, which is it's a partnership with Leadership Wyoming, where we take 30 leaders around economic development and really focus on, what does an economy look like? What does economic development look like? How do you become a leader in economic development in your community? And so by doing this, what we're really trying to do is get people to think critically about their economy, understand the connections that they might have to others, but really, again, empower them to be able to do these things on the ground without us paying for things, without us holding their hand along the way, without the state's sort of the state level policy and investments to do these on their own. And then raise your hand and say, hey, well, here's what it's not working and here's what we need. And again, the poll bears that out, that they want it at a local level. They don't want the state to come in and be heavy-handed and say, you're going to do this or you're going to do that.
Josh Dorrell, Wyoming Business Council. Can you stick around, Josh? I still want to talk about some things. Wyoming Business Council, ear to the ground, ear to people, communities, and then a mouth to governor, leadership, lawmakers. Cheyenne, crucial role, and we're trying to make sure we have a strong economy, but there are concerns. I want to talk about those next. We're worried about cost of living. We're worried about inflation. Housing. We can't do any of this, Josh, if we don't solve housing. My goodness. But there are reasons to be optimistic. Let's knock down some of those challenges and let's find the optimism in this research when we come back. We'll be right back. Stick around. Take one final break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
We're back, Cowboy State Daily Show. Josh Dorrell is with us, CEO of Wyoming Business Council. And Josh, we've been talking about some of the things that people say they want, things we'd like to do on the behalf of the majority of Wyomingites, as we find out. But man, that shiny new data center, the relocation of that firearms company to Wyoming, the nuclear project ready to go in whatever town. We can't do any of it if we can't house the workers it's going to mean. Housing just plays into everything. It's not just a Wyoming problem. It's happening everywhere. Well, are you doing anything on that front, WBC? What can you do about housing?
Yeah, Jake, you're right. One, you're right in that it is a challenge that our communities face. You're also right that it's a challenge in almost every community in the nation, although it is pretty acute in Wyoming. You might be in the most challenging housing place on the planet here in Jackson.
It's tough.
So it's super tough. So let me talk a little bit about some of the other areas that we're working. One of the things that we feel is super important is taking a look at your local level. So we've done an analysis of housing in Wyoming to help people understand what are slowing some of the things. The 2 biggest elements that we have in Wyoming are we're overregulated at a local level, and we don't have the infrastructure to grow, or we can't. The local government can't pay for the infrastructure in order for developments to grow. So let's tackle both of those, and we'll talk about how I think those can work together. I'm gonna go to the southeast corner of the state. In Cheyenne, we've been working closely with Mayor Collins, he's been really, I think since day one that he got into office, he said we're going to work with the city council to get our regulations squared away so that we can have more housing. Housing is a challenge.
Yeah, and Patrick Collins. He gets it. He's a good guy.
He gets it. He understands the challenge, but he not only understands the challenge, and this is where I think this is where we're trying to, like understanding the data, understanding what's going on is absolutely important, but then taking that action. And so the amount of regulations have gone down, and the things that were sticking and bottlenecking development in Cheyenne has gone down, and therefore the building permits have actually gone up. So the number of building permits has increased because of that regulatory reform. And I think that's an element that every community in our state needs to look at. And so we've been working with a number, and we try to work with them. It's funny, Jake, sometimes they'll be like, no, we already did that. It's good. We're like, well, how has the number of building permits changed? And they're like, well, it hasn't. And they're like, well, then something else is causing that problem. And we want to step in and really kind of help from an outside perspective, bring some economists into the mix, and help people at a local level on the regulatory reform. I think there are some state reforms that can happen. There were some legislators that ran those last time. They didn't make it through, but I think there's some state level ones. But there's so many at the local level. Let's tackle them there first. The next thing is that infrastructure, and in other states and in other communities around the nation, a lot of those communities can actually pay for the infrastructure to a housing development. And in a lot of cases here, that cost is borne by the developer. Well, what that means is that a developer is not going to do it because they can go somewhere else and have it done for them. And so we've got to really figure out that infrastructure game to unlock growth. And that's an element that we actually help out with directly with our investments.
Unlocking growth begins with housing. That's what we're talking about. Housing has two major speed bumps. It's red tape, and we're trying to do some regulatory reform, and it's infrastructure. Sometimes you're just not there. You're limited in that way. So WBC working on both those things. We got to solve the housing, and that's going to help everything. What about, you want to talk about concerns from the study that people had? Are people worried about the cost of living? The cost of everything's going up, inflation. Are people worried about the economy, or do they think, we'll be okay? And, what do they see?
Well, they actually, there are about, I think it was about 74% of those folks that were polled feel like at a local level, their economy is either stagnant or in decline. And so from a year before. So last year, they felt like things were maybe in a little bit better shape. This year, they're feeling like it's either stagnant or in decline. And as the organization whose job it is for economic growth, it's not okay with us.
Yeah.
So I think there's a realization that our economies need some help. And as you mentioned, I think people are starting to feel that pinch because of the cost of living increases that they're experiencing. And at the same time, our wages have actually gone down. Our median wage in Wyoming is gone down, and it's gone down at a rate that puts us toward the bottom of the nation in terms of how fast it's dropping. And so I think we need to really look at that. And that's something that we are working on, is how do we bring in those jobs that are going to raise the median wage? How do we bring in jobs that are going to, propel us into the future? And we're seeing some of those, as you mentioned. There's always these shiny objects, we'll call them, but the shiny objects can help propel a community forward. And we want to build the businesses within the community, but at the same time bring in new businesses so that those economies are vibrant. The more workers you have, the more businesses are going to be, and the more businesses you have, the more workers you're going to get. So I think that cycle is really important, and I don't think everybody fully understands that.
And the way government or NGOs or anybody can move the needle, it's usually money, and money is usually taxes, and we don't want to be taxed. Did you hear anything about the subject of taxes, and how do you fund stuff if nobody wants to pay taxes or higher taxes?
Yeah, well, you nailed it, and that is a chicken and egg problem right there, right? To be able to play, you've got to have revenue. And to have revenue, you got to get it from somewhere. And that's generally in that three-letter word, tax. And we wanted to ask about that. And so we did. We asked about that question. And we asked people, would you pay slightly higher taxes if it meant more jobs and economic opportunities? Now, I'll tell you right now, I thought it was going to be like 90% would say no.
Yeah.
We're good. Or 99% would say no.
Right.
But what we found is that about 65% of people don't want to increase taxes. And about 35% said, you know what, we would be happy to pay slightly increased taxes in order to have more job opportunities and economic growth. So again, I think there's going to have to be a level of transparency there. There's going to have to be a really good understanding, and local leaders need to realize you're not working with a 90-10 swing. You're working with a 65-35 swing now. And so that's, if you can tell those folks, that 15 to 17% of folks, that, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how it's going to impact your future. This is how it's going to be important to the future. You might get some of those folks to swing over to the side that says, hey, a little bit more taxes are okay. We do feel that, and this is just an economic point of view, and this is hard for some folks to swallow, but our low tax environment is actually, especially for the population, our low tax environment is actually not helping us grow. It's not improving our economy. We don't see businesses moving in with that being their number one thing. Is it important? Yes, it is. But is it as important as workforce? And is it as important as community amenities? And is it as important as are there enough people to satisfy our need to grow? And so we don't actually see that as a major tool for economic growth. We see it right now as a hindrance.
I could see that. I could see our low taxes being the shiny object that may be the knee-jerk reaction you reach for, but the real substance, when you want to dig down, it may be a hindrance. Interesting. And I bet you could swing that 2/3 that say no more taxes ever if you could give some relative assurance that it could work. Like, this will spur the economy, because maybe the reluctance is, I don't know, it's just more taxes and who knows if it'll work. But and that's really where we see a really good opportunity. Actually, Wyoming has done well in the past. We have a lot of resources, and we'll continue to for a while. But we feel like it's important to make those investments now that sort of change that economic decline and really sort of set in motion a lot more jobs and the infrastructure that communities need to do what they need to do today, but also grow. Find out more about what Wyoming Business Council is doing day to day on the interwebs. They have cyber presence, wyomingbusiness.org, wyomingbusiness.org. Josh Dorrell joins us this morning. And I got some positivity about what you found out. We can get this thing going in the right direction. Thanks, Josh.
I believe we can too.
I appreciate you being on. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Jake. You too. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show. And that's making our way towards the finish line here on a finally Friday. We're just about to the weekend. I promise. I was ready for the weekend when we started 4 hours ago. What a show we had lined up for you today. I hope you enjoyed it. Go back if you missed anything. You can find the whole show archived on cowboystatedaily.com. We're also on YouTube, X, Facebook Live, whenever the show is live. You can run it back on demand at wherever you find and download your favorite podcast. We're there. We're there too. And then on radio stations across the state. We had Joseph Kibler on today. He's running for governor. We were just talking about challenges facing Wyoming. Adam Hardage was on this show, former CIA ops officer, and he says it's up to you, Gen Alpha, you kids today, to make sure AI doesn't kill us. Gen Alpha, enormous responsibility for this generation to make sure we head into the news, the new age, correctly. The Martin Center for Academic Renewal, Shannon and Jenna were on to talk about the importance of teaching civics in high school and college. Carl Beyer, filmmaker, was on. Susanne, Antonetta, author. Man, what a show. And Josh Dorrell, Wyoming Business Council. We got to bounce out. Have a great weekend. We'll see you first thing Monday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.